Hello. Good morning. In accordance with the Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment consider application for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and also consent to survey property to create new lots. My name is Yim Chen. I will be the chair of today's meeting, and I would like also to introduce our members. From my far left is Ms. Nasila West and Mr. Douglas Wilkins, and also Mr. Sahi Bayat. And now I'd like also to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anasabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 and the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submission in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the options of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. How to receive a copy of the decision of Committee of Adjustment? People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and also the Toronto Local Appeal Board, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decisions of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to Toronto Local Appeal Board, the TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third party to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, such as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Now I will also read out the hearing procedure. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When you're making your submission, when an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee might ask questions or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation and other materials you wish to submit to committee must have email in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee member cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remark to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will have a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note, the committee might not entertain revisions to proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individual either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we'll call on the speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished the presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent have opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into the committee for decision. And that is the procedure. And then now I like to do some maybe housekeeping business. Do we have? I would like to ask any conflict of interest from staff and also from members for this session. No, and also there are some minutes of meetings to confirm or to
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and panel members. We do have 3 sets of minutes that we need to adopt.
Okay.
It's from our April 24th, May 8th, and May 15th hearings of this year.
Yeah, we just need one motion, I think, for those 3.
I'll make a motion to adopt those.
Yeah, that a motion and second, please. Yeah, Mr. Bayat, second. All in favor to adopt the 3 minutes? Yeah, it's adopt. Any deferral, any closed file?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't see any files that need to be closed for this morning's session. There is one deferral, item number 4, 195 NAIRN Avenue, file number A0253/24 TEY.
Yeah.
We can probably deal with this
First.
at this time and then proceed with item number 1.
Oh, okay. So is the applicant ready? Is online or in person? It's ready. So can you call on the applicant, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, we also have a speaker in opposition.
Yes.
So we'll have to hear from them
Yes.
as well.
Yeah, and then after the applicant, we will hear those. Yeah.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you. So you can just tell us why you need the deferral, the reason.
So we had discussions with the planning staff.
Okay, so I'm sorry, can you state your name and address first and speak a little bit louder or closer to the mic?
Yes,
Thank
my
you.
name is Matthew Rebo, Perspective Views, representing the client for 195 NAIRN Avenue.
Okay, yeah.
We are requesting a deferral simply because we are in negotiation with the planning staff to gain their support. We don't have their full support yet, but we've the owner has decided to redesign so that we can get their full support. So that's why we're asking for the deferral today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think we also receive a report from community planning. That's their That's the intention
Correct.
to ask for deferral. So,
Correct.
thank you. So let's hear the others. Wait, the other participants. Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Mike Campoglietti.
Yes.
I'm representing my mother, who is the owner of 191 NAIRN Avenue, which is directly next to 195 NAIRN.
Okay.
So she's opposed to the sort of redevelopment or the proposed structure.
Excuse me, because there's a deferral request, so we have to address that first. We are not going to go into detail of the application like right now. So the reason for the deferral, as the applicant stated, that is to have more time to work with community planning, and also maybe with the neighbors. Maybe they will come up with a better design or more appropriate design or some kind of necessary revisions. So can you tell us whether you are supporting the deferral or not? Just that.
Supporting the deferral.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's have this. Yeah, thank you. We will get back to the applicant, or we still have more people? Okay.
No, we can go back to the applicant.
Okay. Okay. Oh,
Hello?
yes, it seems that the other person also in support. So I think that we can take it into committee and make a decision now.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion for deferral, please.
Okay, Mr. Bias, I have a motion to defer. And second, please. Yeah, Mr. Wilkins, second. All in favor for deferral for the reason we just stated, that they will get more time to work with the community and also the neighbors. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So we've done. Then now we go back to item number 1. Okay. This application is 294 Carlton Street. The purpose is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a 3rd-story deck above and a 3rd-story addition. They are seeking one variance. And also, we receive a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, site statistics, and 5 photographs of the property, and letters to the neighbors from the owners, and email corresponding from agents to neighbors. We also have received comment from Heritage Planning, Urban Design, and we have support from 309 Carlton Street and opposition from 296 Carlton Street.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we do have one person registered online.
Okay, let's have the agent, please. You do have someone want to speak to this item, so you better give us a brief 5-minute presentation.
No problem. My name is Monica Kuhn. I'm the architect and agent for the owner. The owner, Peter Montaigne, is sitting beside me.
Welcome.
Thank you. So we are proposing, as you said, to build a rear addition that's 2 stories. There are 2 sets of semi-detached houses in a row from our house to the corner of Sackville Street. All of those other 3 houses already have ground floor additions, but none of them have 2-story additions. We'd also like to extend the 3rd floor. Right now, it's most of it's under sloped roof, and we'd like to pop out the back and then have a terrace on top of the 2-story addition. And we are not going further back than the existing rear addition at 296. And I've done some research on prior approvals from Committee of Adjustment and have gone through the GFA allowed. You have that on file. And 1.32 is certainly within what's been approved in the past. Anything up to 1.87 is there. So there's certainly precedent for what we're proposing. Also, just so that you know, the house directly to the west of us, 292, is a 3-story house, and it extends further back than what our proposed addition is going to be, and it's already, you can see that photo right there in the middle. You can see the red brick building. That's the house to the west of us. And so what we're proposing is certainly not going to be any more imposing or blocking light than what they already
the red
do.
house is also 2.5 story, yeah?
Yes.
At the back,
Yes, and further back.
and further back.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think, I mean, we do also have another support letter from 300, who is the house at the end of the 4 rows. You don't have it because he didn't get it in on time, but just know that we've talked to him and we've sent out letters to all of the surrounding neighbors and didn't get any response except for the neighbor, Dora, that's immediately adjacent.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that's it for now. I'll rebut later.
So we hold our question to Ms. Kuhn after we hear the opposition. Okay, yeah. So I think we're ready for the opposition.
Yes, I want to see you.
Yes, we've unmuted the owner at 296 Carlton Street.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you state your name and address, please? Yeah.
Yes, so good morning. My name is Alexandra Mazalik. I am actually here with my mother, Dora Kasova Mazalik. She is the owner of 296 Carlton Street, which is the semi-attached to 294. We'd like to thank Ms. Monica Kuhn for her email response and willingness to take steps to alleviate some of my mother's concerns. Nevertheless, my mother still has some significant concerns, so I'd like to pass the microphone to her so that she can share these with you. She'll make 2 points. The first relates to sunlight, and then the second relates to structural impacts and construction management. So, Mom, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, committee, for allowing me to express my situation briefly. Thank you, Ms. Monica, for explaining to me how you plan to proceed. I didn't manage to respond to your email fast enough, being in a state of disbelief that my life can turn unexpectedly to complete nightmare. Regardless of my age, I'm active in my visual field and work as an artist in my home studio, and this will tremendously impact my work over the coming years. First, with respect to sunlight, my concern with a more than one level addition is that sunlight shines to 296, 298 during summer months, mainly from west, on the rooftops of one level additions, and for short time to the windows as well. During other times, the sun appears here and there in the yards of properties 300, 298, 296, all which have one level additions. These don't compete for sun entering balconies, windows, or rooftops because they are all at the same level. A very nice solution at 300 is the balcony on the roof of one level addition, and I myself have been thinking about the same, but with the proposed multi-level submission from 294, my window or potential balcony on my one level addition would not receive any sunlight. Secondly, with respect to construction management and structural impacts, I acknowledge how you, Mrs. Monica, prepare to attend to the various inconveniences of the construction project. Thank you for being willing to provide a sound and a noise diminishing wall, as well as structural engineers' report. However, also, I have concern of vibration and noise that would penetrate probably from the floor and wood level, such as possible shared beams as well. This interconnecting in 140-year-old semi that is not separated by brick wall may even face shake-up on the structural level, not just some surface damages. Back in 2015, we were approved for small attic door extension, yet the work was stopped for weeks, and structural engineer Jiří Tichý was called in to structurally re-examine the situation. It would be rather overwhelming to have to vacate this house if a major issues were to develop. How can this be handled? And could it even be foreseen by experts? The process of rebuild at this scale is absolutely terrifying to me, especially on multiple levels in this kind of old interconnected semi. Initially, I thought that my 294 neighbors were considering also one-level addition, similar to the ones that the other three semis in this location have. I'm in full support of improving and adding to these old dwellings that are in need of renovation when it is in keeping with the immediate surroundings and does not so completely impact the situation and the lives of neighbors. These additions that are not huge rebuilds then are usually the work of several months. How can one stay healthy with the scale of invasion, increased numerous pollutants? This is not only my concern, but also concern to many of us in the immediate vicinity. Thank you for your attention.
You finished? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Any question to this speaker now? Okay, thank you. Yes, so let's get back to the applicant to either we will have questions to you or you now a chance to rebut what the concerns are. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I understand that for someone of Dora's age who spends a lot of time in the house and works in the house as well, the idea of construction may be terrifying, but I'm afraid that's the nature of construction. Whether we would be here for an addition or not, the house could still be renovated and it would still happen. So we will be working with a reputable contractor who lives and works in the neighborhood, who's had 40 years experience with this type of house, and we'll do our best, to minimize the impact. But unfortunately, construction is construction. There will be noise, there will be dust, but there's nothing I can do about that, whether there's an addition or not. So I guess all I can say is, we'll have an engineer, we'll have a contractor, and we'll be in, contact with her on a regular basis to let her know what's coming, so that she can, stay with her daughter or, be able to handle or deal with what's coming up in the next week. But the other thing with regards to sunlight, as you saw if you go back to the photos, there's the photo that we looked at where our house and Dora's house are shown. Next one. There. So you can see the white house. Ours is on the right, hers is on the left. You can already see from the photo how the house on the right, the neighbor at 292, is blocking sunlight from the whole back face of the house. And there are a number of large trees, both in in the surrounding yards, that during the summertime already block a lot of light. So I know that she's going to have a wall beside her window there at the end wall, but at least there will be privacy and there won't be any less light as far as I can tell. She'll still be looking back. And I think, is there anything else? Do you want to?
There's no light.
Yeah, I mean. So the yards are small and already, and there's a house. We're on a corner, so there's a house behind us that's already blocking any light from the north, and of course our houses face south, right? So we don't have There's no south light that's being impacted, no east light that's being impacted, and the west is already being blocked. So I don't know what else I can say about that.
I'm so sorry.
Oh. Do you have any questions for me?
I'm so sorry. I apologize. I'm going to turn it off. I just forgot before the meeting. I do have, okay.
Anything else we need to say?
No, I don't think so.
It's all, you put it all in right.
Yeah, yeah. She's gonna be impacted, but I don't know what else to do. Send her to her daughters.
Sorry, apologize that. Okay. Now, okay, any question to Mr. Kun? I do have one question about, yeah, I can understand when you say sunlight, they think that it's like turn off and all the light when there's indirect sunlight, not considered to be light. That's the kind of concept that a lot of people fear. I can understand that, the kind of concern. But my question is that on your rear first floor balcony,
Yes.
on the, I know one, is it on the west side, you have no problem because they're sticking out further from you. But on the right-hand side, do you think that balcony will have, will require some kind of privacy screen on the east side?
Yes, I already, in the letter that I sent to her, she had expressed concerns about privacy, and we have no issue with putting a privacy screen on that
Yes.
east side of the balcony.
So will you accept that if we put it as a condition, if
Absolutely.
we were going to approve? I'm just...
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We do not have any more questions now. We're in committee. So, yes, Mr. Byer.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start this one off. I'd just like to note that there's only a single variance requested. There's nothing more than a single variance. I also want to note that Heritage has no objections because this is a Heritage designated property. And given that you're not asking for any variances for increased depth or length of the house, I think this is quite an appropriate request. And I personally don't have any issue with the application as it's presented. I also like to note, I suppose, for the sake of the neighbor in opposition or of concern, is that when it comes to construction, structural issues, that's not within our scope. That's something that the city will address if and when necessary. So I'd be quite happy to move motion to approve. The single condition be that privacy screen on the east side be
Yes.
applied to the deck on the third level, I believe. Or second level.
Seconded?
Ms. West, second. Ms. Byatt, they have a motion to approve with the privacy screen as condition. So all in favor? Approved unanimously.
Thank you very much.
It's approved. Thank you very much for coming here. So item number 2 is 279 CEDARVALE Avenue. The purpose is to construct a 2-story detached dwelling with a covered front porch and a rear ground floor covered balcony, front and rear basement patio, front and rear second floor balconies, and a front yard parking pad. This dwelling will have a total of 3 residential units. It's a triplex. For this, we also, for this file, we receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plan, elevations, revised site plan, floor plan, and elevations, and revised zoning notice, and 2 photographs of the subject property. email from the agent, two emails from the agent, and decision affecting the subject property. We received comments from transportation engineering, and also a staff report from community planning. We have opposition from 279 CEDARVALE also. So we are ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, the opposition is from 278.
Oh, 270.
Just point of correction.
Oh,
And then,
sorry.
yes, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute Eddie Perez.
Hello, good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. We're at 537 Rogers Road. As you said, we're proposing a 3-unit dwelling. As per the planning's request, we got rid of the variance for the yard landscaping, we moved the driveway to the other side, so the curb will stay exactly where it is. That was one of the concerns that the neighbor across the street has, but we're not changing the situation. There's still going to be a curb, and there'll still be front yard parking in front of that where it's existing right now. So physically, it's going to be similar to what's there now. And as I said, the landscaping variance went away. And we have the other 3 variances, which are very minor in nature, and I feel that we meet the 4 tests. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, can you go back? Yeah, because you have mentioned that you have a revised zoning notice, but there's a zoning notice. Can you tell us on the agenda, on our agenda, the 5 variances? Can you tell us which one is deleted, please?
Number 4 from the agendas got removed.
Number 4 is deleted. The other ones will stay the same, right? Nothing changed. Okay.
Nothing else changed, correct.
Okay.
We did that as per planning's request.
Okay. Thank you.
Transportation has no objection.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will hold our question to you until we hear the opposition.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is no registered speakers for this item.
Oh,
So it's just the agent.
just the agent, I see. Okay. So you have any questions to the applicant? Yes, we have one question. Yeah, we have some questions here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question with regard to the parking pad at the front of the house, the proposed parking pad. I notice it says that it's a perforated parking space, or perforated slabs, I suppose.
That's correct.
May I assume that this is also permeable?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, any other questions, please? Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we're in committee. So, would you like to put that as a condition? Yeah, yes, Ms. West.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one modification, that variance number 4 have been eliminated, and also would like to put a condition that have been recommended by city staff on the report dated 28th of May 2024, that the development be constructed substantially in accordance with the drawing A1 site plan from the plans received by Committee of Adjustment on May 27, 2024, and also would like to subject it to forestry condition number 3. Transportation had no condition, and that's my motion. I know that maybe front yard parking pad be constructed with permeable paver.
I think that is that's already included in the planning condition. It's the second. If you look at the condition, it did mention the permeable.
Oh, yes.
paper.
Yes, I didn't.
So we
read
do
that.
not need
yes.
to. Yeah.
Exactly. That the front yard parking pad and the permeable paper in the front yard. Yes, that's embedded in the staff recommendation, and that's my motion.
Okay, Mr. Wilkins first, second. Yeah. Okay, all in favor. Yeah. Approve with those, I think, forestry condition 3 too. Yeah.
As amended.
As also amended the agenda. Okay, let's go move to agenda. Item number 3 is 63 Montclair Avenue. This is to alter the redevelopment plan for an 18 and 19-story residential building approved under the specific site-specific bylaw. They want to increase the height of each tower by 1 story and 2 story, and also increase the GFA, and they are looking for 3 variances. On this file, we have received a copy of survey site plan, floor plans, elevation, 2 photographs. Yes, 2 photographs and a cover letter from the agent, planning rationale from Brunswick, and presentation material from the agent and site-specific bylaw. And we have received comment from community planning, and we received support from 3 addresses on the lower village gate and 1 address from Forest Hill, one of the support from South Forest Hill Residents Association. We are ready for the agents.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker. So at this time, we'll unmute Joe Hoffman.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have registered. I assume it's an opposition. You better give us a brief 5-minute presentation, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Joe Hoffman, I'm a partner at Goodman's LLP. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and my address is 333 Bay Street, Ontario, Suite 3400. I want to start off by providing a few preliminary comments to the committee. First and foremost, I think it's important to note that this application does not just represent lines on a paper that show a project that may be built during a time in Toronto when very little is actually being built. This is an under construction project that, if approved by the committee, will deliver 38 additional units to Toronto's housing supply. We often talk about projects in Toronto as being shovel ready. This project is shovel in the ground. And this application is a result of a lot of significant consultation. As you'll see from the planning report on record, planning staff support the variances and are seeking to impose a condition of approval that would require our client to contribute $300,000 to community benefits. And I should say at the outset, our client thanks city staff for their efforts and has no objection or concern with imposing that condition. But we haven't only consulted with planning staff. Our client has worked, as you noted on the record, with South Forest Hill Residents Association and LVG, which is a consortium of condominium corporations in the immediate vicinity of the site. And I want to mention that both South Forest Hill Residents Association and LVG have no objections to the application. And that's important because this project was first approved through a settlement before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And all parties to that settlement are on record with no objection to this minor variance application. Now, I briefly want to speak to the 3 variances that are before the committee. It's a relatively straightforward application. Again, only 3 variances. One is with respect to height. It's a 2-tower project. One building, we're seeking increase of height of 1 story. The other tower, we're seeking an increase of 2 stories. And in my respectful submission, this is very much in keeping with past approvals. I have personally been involved on many of these types of minor variances applications, seeking much greater heights than 1 story on 1 tower and 2 stories on another. To realize the increase in height, we're seeking a modest increase in GFA. Currently, about 33,000 square meters are permitted. We're seeking permission for 35,200 square meters. And then lastly, there's a change in the unit mix that we're seeking to gain permission for that's intended to reflect market conditions. And this is important because currently the project requires 10% 3-bedroom and 20% 2-bedroom. So a total of 30% multifamily units. This variance would actually require an increase in multifamily units, so a total of 35%. The primary purpose behind this variance is to allow for flexibility between 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. And you'll see the condition is structured in such a way that we're not going to reduce the size of those units, but there has been market demand for larger 2-bedroom units. And that's the reason for this variance, because we want to be able to deliver that unit to the market. I just want to quickly speak about the context. It's an apartment neighborhood. It's within a protected major transit station area. It's only 125 meters from St. Clair subway station. And importantly, this development actually creates a POPs connection on site to allow the community to better access the subway. And so the community actually has access through an easement over the site to gain better access to the subway system. This is a project that is seeking a height very similar to what exists and is planned for the context. Just south of Bantry Avenue are 2 17-story buildings. South of Heath Street, we see 24-story buildings, 30-story buildings, and at the southwest, at the corner of St. Clair West and Bathurst, even projects of greater height. If we just turn quickly to the last page of the application's presentation materials, all the diagrams before show the existing context, but that last page does do a very good job of showing the modest increase in height that we're proposing as part of this application. And again, we're here holding hands with city planning staff and with the community, asking the committee to approve this project to deliver housing to the City of Toronto. With 30 seconds left, I'll say in my respectful submission, this application clearly meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. It meets the general intent and purpose of the OP. I walked you through some of the policies of intensification, especially near transit. It meets the general intent of the zoning bylaw. We're amending a site-specific bylaw with all parties to that settlement on record with no objection. It's clearly desirable, and in my respectful submission, when you look at the 3 variances on its face, they are truly minor in nature. Subject to any questions, those are my submissions.
Thank you very much. We will hold our question to you until we hear the opposition. Okay? Let's have, yeah. Good.
Dennis, you have been unmuted. Go ahead. Through the chair, we have multiple times reached out to Dennis by phone and by email, but no success.
All right, so we have tried multiple times. So, Deputy Secretary Chester.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to check, is there anybody here in the audience that wish to speak to this item? See none? Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, now we can ask questions now. If you have any question to the applicant, please. No, we do not have any questions now. We are in committee. I can start just a very quick comment. I think that as the applicant, when I look at that diagram and all, it is very moderate increase, and it's actually compared to all that similar applications we have seen. This is really like a small modification. But the one thing I really like to see is that they have more 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom apartments. And I think that the city needs for small family, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I think I'd just like to also add, Madam Chair, that when we've had similar requests for increased height for condominium buildings, they've been much more substantial, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
But there was also no consultation with community organizations, and in this case, we have 2 community bodies that are in support.
Yes, that's very,
I think that,
very good.
for me, makes a difference.
Very positive.
There is support for it. So I would have no concerns about moving a motion to approve.
So, any comments first? You have a motion? Okay, Ms. Byard has a motion. Yes, please.
And there's only one condition. It's a planning condition, which I believe is a fairly standard one.
Yep, and second, please. Mr. Wilkins, second. All in favor with pending condition. Unanimously approved. Thank you very much. It's approved. Yeah. The next item is number 5. It's 2 Rosedale Heights Drive. And for this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete first floor addition and the 3-story addition and a side second-story covered deck and a rear third-story rooftop patio and a side basement entrance access from the east side. And they are looking for 3 variances. On this item, we have received a copy of surveys, site plan, floor plan, elevation, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and also a red line public hearing, public notice, sorry, revised zoning waiver, and 9 photographs of the property, and 3 photographs of 3 email from the agent. We have comment from the staff, from community planning and concern. We have 1, 2, 3 from Harbour Avenue. No, 2 from Harbour Avenue and 1 from Rosedale Heights Drive. And we have opposition, quite number of opposition, for 1, 2, 3 opposition, and also we receive some material in opposition and from 15 Harbour Avenue. So we have the agent here, but before you start, I would say that because you have some revision on your variances, let's give us your name and address, and then we go to the revision first.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. My name is Addison Milne-Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 900 The East Mall, Suite 300.
Yes.
In terms of the changes to the variances, the only variance that will be amended is variance 2.
2, yeah.
The area of the rear third-story rooftop patio will be reduced from the originally proposed 22.89 square meters to 6.74 square meters.
Okay, thank you. That's the only change. All right, so now we are ready for your presentation.
Excellent. Now, before I discuss the specific variances, I want to point out that no public department or external agency has indicated any concern with any of the variances that we are proposing today. I'll also note that my client who's sitting beside me today has no issue with the condition recommended by either community planning or urban forestry. Now, in terms of these specific variances, the first variance pertains to floor space index. FSI is often not a clear determinant of how a house may fit into a neighborhood because it is a quantitative assessment that is mostly internal to the proposed building and cannot be seen. The qualitative aspects of height, setbacks, and building length do have an impact, however, and better indicate the impact of the mass and scale of the dwelling than the FSI figure alone. In this respect, the proposed building complies with all required height, landscaping, building length, and setback requirements, save and except for the rear yard setback, which I will discuss shortly. However, the proposed FSI is also in keeping with the trend of development, even if you were to only consider the quantitative, as evidenced by recent decisions within the immediate and broader context, including but not limited to 104 Rosedale Heights, approved at an FSI of 0.94 or a GFA of 584 square meters, 166 Rosedale Heights, approved at an FSI of 0.72 or a GFA of 337 square meters, and 169 Rosedale Heights, approved at an FSI of 0.6 and a GFA of 443 square meters. Furthermore, I would like to point out that although this lot is not regulated by lot coverage, due to the removal of the existing garage in the rear, the total lot coverage on this site will actually be decreasing as a result of this development. The current lot coverage is 41.4%, and this renovation, which will replace the existing rear detached garage with a hidden internal garage, will reduce the lot coverage to 39.4%. This will result in additional green space and amenity area, as well as additional space for the continued growth of trees. Now, variance 2, as amended, pertains to two separate platforms. The first platform is a balcony on the second floor to be accessed through one of the proposed bedrooms. As shown on the revised set of plans, this platform, labeled as a roof deck on account of the fact that it sits within the proposed building envelope, is blocked from the southern view by the wall of the building. The remaining views are to be screened by a translucent decorative privacy screen. Now, the second platform, subject to this variance, is on the third floor, accessed through the master bedroom. This platform is proposed to sit atop the second floor and, as illustrated on the plans, is proposed to be screened using non-seasonal vegetation. This second platform, as I mentioned, was reduced from its originally proposed area through consultation with community planning and the neighbor. Based on the additional screening and reductions in size of the balconies, I'm of the opinion that the proposed platforms do not have any privacy impact further than what would be expected from a 4 square meter platform, and in fact would likely have less of an impact than such an as-of-right balcony with no screening. The proposed platforms will certainly have less privacy impact than the windows proposed along the building. Now, the third and final variance, as I'm wrapping up here, pertains to the rear yard setback. Two things are important to consider with this setback. The first is that the measurement of 5.96 meters is actually taken to the underground garage and foundation walls. As shown on the site plan, the actual wall of the building is illustrated by a solid, thick line, whereas the dashed line indicates the foundation. As such, the actual setback to the portion of the building that can be seen will be 6.67 meters. The second item to consider with respect to this variance is that due to the irregular lot shape, the rear lot line is on an angle relative to the rear main wall, and as such, only a small portion, a triangular slice, will extend into the rear yard setback. As such, it's my view that the setback variance is minor and is largely a technical result of the irregular lot shape. I will conclude by noting that this proposed development will be constructed with respect to its current form and surroundings and intends to be constructed of a matching brick material. I'm of the opinion that this application meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act and will contribute positively to the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you just made it 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes, we will hold our question to you until we hear the others speak. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, let's hear from the speakers that are here in person first, and then we will go to those that are online. So let's start with the owner at 11 Harper Avenue.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Catherine Bradley. My husband, Will Shaw, and I are the owners of 11 Harper Avenue. The rear boundary of our property abuts the western boundary of 222 Rosedale Heights. If I could perhaps, yes, that's my letter. That's perfect. We have significant concerns with the proposed development at 222 Rosedale Heights, many of which are shared by several of our neighbors who are in the gallery today or participating online at home. Will and I moved to 11 Harper with our 2 young children 2 years ago. In purchasing our property, we did so with full recognition of both the benefits and constraints of the neighborhood and of our property in particular. The development at 222 Rosedale Heights needs to be considered in the same context, and as currently conceived, it ignores 3 material factors: the impacted trees, the small size and irregular configuration of its lot, the size of the proposed expansion, and its proximity to the adjacent homes, especially number 11 and number 15 Harper. The tree canopy is one of the many features of our neighborhood we value, and we consider ourselves lucky to have a mature maple tree on our property, tree number 5 on the site plan. This tree provides privacy, shade, and beauty to our property, and damage or loss of this tree would negatively impact our enjoyment of the property. The tree declaration form completed for this development was incorrect in 2 material respects. First, it was wrongly stated that no construction activities proposed within the tree protection zone of a protected private tree. Secondly, it understated the size of the required tree protection zone. Due to the expansive scale of this development plan, tree number 5 will be significantly negatively impacted both above and below grade. The site plan clearly shows the proposed basement extension violating the tree protection zone of tree number 5, which will result in removal of sizable portions of the tree's critical root zone, as well as its structural root plate. The proposed rear extension would also violate the tree protection zone and require removal of a significant amount of the crown of tree number 5. In addition to the large expansion of the existing dwelling, the proposed plans also involve the removal of the existing garage. We are advised that the resulting site grading and landscaping could also have a material adverse impact to the roots of tree number 5. Along with our neighbors, we engaged arborist Laura Watson to assess the impact of the proposed development on tree number 5. She concluded that, quote, the proposal would lead to the death and/or structural instability of the tree. Ms. Watson recommended specific changes to the development plan to promote the preservation of this tree, which we feel need to be incorporated. Unlike many of the neighboring properties, including those that the agent has just mentioned, 222 Rosedale Heights is not on a standard rectangular plot. It has relatively normal southern and eastern boundaries. However, its rear boundary to the north is very short and abuts only 17 Harper, while its western boundary abuts 210 Rosedale Heights, 11 Harper, and 15 Harper. The lot is also quite small, and the existing dwelling extends quite close to the property lines shared by numbers 11 and 15 Harper. Our lot is also quite small. As a result, the proposed development would result in a very imposing structure situated extremely close to the rear boundaries of 11 and 15 Harper, as well as to the houses themselves. While the applicants are seeking a variance to the rear setback, the proposed addition is already leveraging the more lenient side setback requirements. The plans must also be considered in the context of the rear setback requirements on the western side, as that is the impact that it will have on our property and on that of our neighbors at number 15 Harper. Finally, the size and proposed structure is not consistent with the neighboring properties and is especially inappropriate given the aforementioned lot limitations. The applicants are requesting a variance to allow for a floor space index of 0.85, more than 40% larger than the permitted FSI of 0.6. There are 18 properties on the residential block in question. Using available MPAC data as a rough proxy for gross floor area, their average FSI is only 0.58. 5 of these 18 properties have an FSI greater than 0.6, with the largest FSI on the block being 0.68. All 5 of these properties are on the larger rectangular lots typically found in our neighborhood. The applicant's request would create a structure that would loom over our property due to its height, including a full 3rd floor, and proximity to our shared property line via the rear extension and elevated platform. The proposed development is trying to create a very large home on a small, challenging plot of land. While we would like to help the Delia Corbett family increase the utility and enjoyment they get out of 222 Rosedale Heights, any granted variances should not be to the material detriment of the neighboring families. Even if each of these variances were minor when taken in isolation, in aggregate, they will have a major impact on the surrounding properties, including 11 Harper. As such, I'm asking that the committee not grant the variances being requested at this time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Yes, Ms. West.
What was, through you, Madam Chair, just what was the address of the neighbor? Would you please repeat your address one more time?
My address is 11 Harper Avenue.
Thank you.
Yes, or did you need my neighbor as well?
Yeah, it's in the back. Any other question to the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. We have the next thing. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can move on to council for 15 Harper Avenue.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is Jonathan Nimitz.
Morning. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a lawyer at McCarthy Tetro, and I represent the owners of 15 Harper. My address is 66 Street, Wellington Street West, Suite 5300 in the city of Toronto.
This is where you'll have to restart.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning again, Chair
Yes.
and Committee. My name is Jonathan Nimitella. I'm a lawyer at McCarthy Tetro, and I represent the owners of 15 Harper Avenue. My address is 66 Wellington Street West, Suite 5300 in the city of Toronto. You should have our materials in front of you, including the letter we prepared dated May 29th. May I ask the Secretary Treasurer to please put on the screen the diagram we submitted titled Map of Letters of Opposition. Chair and Committee, this map shows the subject property in blue and the neighboring properties in red whose owners have written to the committee in opposition or with concerns. And before I start, I'd like to ask the committee to view this application through the prism of two very distinct facts. The first fact is that the opposition here are the only ones that provided an independent arborist report. That is an arborist report that opined that this development could kill or seriously harm the tree. The second, and as was mentioned earlier, the subject property is an irregularly shaped, smaller than typical lot with an orientation we like to call a key lot. This is an amplifying factor for many of the negative impacts we're going to speak about. In short, while this application could certainly be minor on some properties, it simply isn't on this property. By way of example, minor things such as FSI become amplified, setbacks are of greater import. There's a GFA increase here of 1,600 square feet that speaks to the massing on this small lot as well. The applicant spoke about similar FSI increases, but again, none of those lots in the area share the specific characteristics of this lot. This is a key lot in an irregular shape. I'll speak to the 4 tests now that are outlined in my letter. The first is that the requested variances do not meet the general intent and purpose of the neighborhood policies, which are to respect and reinforce the community's existing physical character. In terms of building height, massing, scale, and setbacks, the application does not continue the predominant built form that contributes to the physical character of this community, and that was spoken to earlier by the earlier opposition. The second is the variances do not maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. The general intent is to permit the redevelopment of new detached residential dwellings with appropriate setbacks and massings. I would ask the Secretary Treasurer isn't here, but I would ask you all to look to the maps of the letter of opposition. You'll see that the majority of the building's massing will be located immediately adjacent to the rear lot lines of the Harper Avenue properties. That means the 3rd floor and the windows of the 3rd floor are going to look into those backyards. The subject property benefits, though, from having an uncharacteristically long side lot line and an uncharacteristically short rear lot line as defined in the zoning bylaw. However, the policies in the official plan state new development on these irregular properties should have setbacks from adjacent residential properties that are proportionate to those permitted by the zoning for adjacent residential properties. In this respect, the application does not consider proportionate setbacks to those permitted by the zoning for adjacent residential properties, and in that sense cannot be said to be minor, or cannot meet the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. I'll speak only to the 3rd test now given time, and this is of great import given the arborist report. We submit that the requested variances do not implement desirable and appropriate development for the property. If I could ask the Secretary Treasurer to please put up on the screen the diagram we submitted titled Boundary Tree Crown Removal. As was mentioned earlier, a certified arborist and tree risk assessor was retained to prepare a tree impact assessment report. Again, this is the only independent report before you, which concludes that a significant portion of the crown of the boundary tree will need to be removed to accommodate the above grade addition on the 3rd floor. If I could ask the Secretary Treasurer to please put on the screen the tree impact assessment plan prepared by our client's arborist. The arborist prepared this diagram, which shows that the proposed below grade evacuation in pink will also cut into a significant portion of the minimum tree protection zone in blue, and will also cut into a significant portion of the root plate area in the red of the boundary tree. Given the tree impact assessment report, I'll simply close with the concluding statement that the proposed impacts of the subject tree will result in the tree incurring impacts that will lead to death and or structural instability of the tree. I apologize for going over time. Subject to any questions the committee may have through the chair.
Any questions? I do have one, just to clarify. When you mentioned that the physical characteristic of this build form does not conform with the immediate area, do you mean the front or the back? Because all the houses are facing the new development through the backyard, really, right? So when you say that it might impact the characteristic, do you mean that the design of the back does not confirm with the characteristic, or you think the front? Usually, in many other developments, the face put in is because, like even in historic areas, it's really the front that not being preserved. And then at the back, it seems that be a little bit more, not so prominent or concern. So what is your take on that?
The neighborhood section or the neighborhood policies of the official plan speak to the community's existing physical character. It doesn't differentiate between the front or the back, but I hear the chairs.
Yeah.
I hear your.
No, my question is in your case here.
In this case, I think it is amplified on the rear side lot line, the rear lot line and the side lot line.
And the side too, you're concerned about is not consistent with other houses. I assume that's what. Yeah.
Exactly. The side lot line here should effectively be treated as a rear lot line given the irregular shape of the lot.
So we lead to the second question is that all these houses on Harbor Street or Avenue, do they, all of them just second, the two-story, or do they have, some of them have like partial third floor?
My understanding is they are all 2 stories, but if I can have one moment, I'll just confirm. There is a third story, but it's a dormer style.
Dormer style, okay. Yeah, I see. Okay, thank you. That's my, any questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll have the next speaker then.
I'm just going to ask if there's anyone else here in person that wishes to speak to this application. See none? Okay, so then we're going to move forward with those that we have online. So at this time, we'll unmute Franco Romano.
Madam Chair, Franco Romano here, Action Planning Consultant. I'm a registered professional planner and have been retained by the owners of 17 Harper Avenue, Ms. Killorn and Mr. Bradley. My address is 321 Lakeshore.
321, right? Okay.
I've been retained by 17 Harper. I know they've submitted their own letter, but I've also submitted materials that if staff can bring up H3D.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to tell us your client's concern. Thank you.
Sorry, staff can bring up H3D. You'll see my materials in opposite. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. So the application, the way I've reviewed this application is as a registered professional planner. So I've taken into account the surrounding context, the proposal, viewed it from my client's perspective as well as neighboring properties. If we can go to slide number 1, you'll see that part of the purpose of the application is at the last line under purpose of the application, a side east basement entrance access from the side east slope driveway with a retaining wall. But the proposal is to take the existing driveway, which is at grade, and create a sloped ramp from the street down to the back to access an underground garage that is being proposed, as indicated by the applicant in their submission. It's not identified as a variance. I don't know why it's not identified as a variance, but certainly in terms of the purpose of the application, this is a particularly undesirable aspect of the proposal. I'm going to walk through these slides to indicate that the proposal represents an overdevelopment. Slide number 2, thank you staff, shows surrounding properties. So surrounding properties are predominantly 2 stories. Any third floor is built into the roof line in a dormer format. And in terms of floor space index, they are generally less than 0.7. So I understand that Mr. Milton Price indicated a few, 3 Committee of Adjustment approvals, only one of which is above 0.7. I think one was at 0.72 and the other one was at 0.94. However, everyone that's surrounding the subject lands have a floor space index that is 0.51 to 0.67. What you'll also see on this slide number 2 are that driveways are at grade and above grade. There is no sloping driveway. If we go to slide number 3, we'll see that in red, in a flag-shaped format on the left-hand side of this slide, that is an underground ramp that is being proposed to the underground garage in the back. That has significant repercussions, not only in terms of the streetscape, what we actually see from the street, but the driveway itself is not in keeping with the surrounding physical character. And there is a specific aspect under the official plan under 4.1.5 that says that the prevailing location, design, and elevations of the grade of driveways and garages must be respected in terms of what prevails. And what prevails is above grade, and the proposal is a below grade. So at a minimum, the proposal is not desirable in that respect. The purpose of the application should be deleted to not permit that driveway slope to be accommodated. And you'll see that the east side elevation on the lower right shows that that excavation is well over 2 meters in height. And we'll also see that it abuts a number of significant aspects to the neighbor. Slide number 4 shows the existing driveway condition, that grade, and right up against the driveway, number 226 has its side wall right up against that driveway. So imagine this being a ramp down over 2 meters instead of this at grade condition. That is not minor. What you'll also see in aqua is the existing at grade garage, which is located in the foreground. That is being removed. So those 2 aspects, this excavation, as well as a removal of that garage, as well as a retaining wall that's being removed along the back for the landscaping, is illustrated in 7 Oaks tree impact assessment. Those are going to impact tree number 5 significantly. We'll see in slide number 5 the proximity of the tree to where the garage is located. And if we go to slide number 6, we'll see in the upper right-hand photograph, there's the existing house with the 1-story and the 2-story on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, you'll see the edge of the garage. So imagine that this development is going to overlap where that existing garage is located. And if we look at that left-hand photograph, on tree number 5, that's the tree that's shown in the upper right photograph.
Your 5 minutes is up. Can you just give us your summation, please?
Yes, in my professional planning opinion, the variance request cumulatively is not minor in nature, results in unacceptable adverse impact, and it should not be authorized as proposed at this moment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? I do have one question. Can the staff please go back to earlier? There's a slide showing some multiple houses in the neighborhood, maybe 4 houses, but it doesn't matter. I can still ask the question because in that slide you state that the new development does not also fit into the context, physical context of the neighborhood, especially in height. I remember seeing something like that. My question is this, because they are seeking for 3 variances and none of them is about height. So what I try to understand is that those houses that you saw, I can see they're definitely 2.5 story plus the 3rd floor either is a setback or whether dormer with dormers and different kind of designs. So my question is, since there's no height variance they're asking, what do you think then is the pavilion acceptable height for any new development?
Yes, thank you for that question, Madam Chair. If we can go to slide number 2 of my
Yeah, I think it may be
presentation.
slide number 2. That's kind of interesting to see what you mean by, You see all these, yeah, exactly, especially those houses at the bottom, the 3 houses, to me, it's definitely 2-story plus the dormers, right? And then there are multiple dormers. So what I'm trying to say is, I assume these are pavilion characters of the area, and the new proposal seems to be trying to do similar thing, and also they're not exceeding the height bylaw. And what do you think that they should do then?
Yes, and once again, thank you for that question. So what I have summarized at the bottom of this page are 4 aspects that are articulated in the official plan. And prevailing height is just one aspect because it talks about prevailing height, mass, scale, and density. And when we look at what is being proposed, the height by itself is zoning bylaw compliant. Where that height is being deployed in terms of floor space index creates a mass scale that extends deep into the rear yard. We have a rear yard setback variance, and we have this relationship next to 5 properties. It's not a property, it's not a subject property that is next to 2 properties. It is next to 5 properties. So the aggravation of this additional floor space index in terms of where it is located, because it's not being located on the top of a hip roof, like we see here in these photographs with dormers that punctuate a hip roof. The proposal is for a full 3rd story flat roof design that extends deeper into the rear yard. So that deployment, together with a smaller rear yard, the excavated driveway and underground garage, which accentuates the height, because now we're accentuating the height not above grade, but below grade. So we're going from a level that is over 2 meters underground, the top of the roof. It's a large building. It's an overdevelopment that's uncharacteristic of the surrounding context.
Oh, I see. So you're sort of looking at it as the aggregate proposal,
yes.
and also you think that actually the underground driveway seems that it's not even part of what the any of the variances pointing at. It is a major deviation from the characteristic of the area. Right? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can see your point. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? No. Okay, next, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, we've made multiple attempts to contact the owners at 226 Rosedale Heights as well as 17 Harper Avenue and have not been able to connect with them. So at this time, I'll ask the agent to come back up to the podium.
Yes. I do have a question. This outside the rebuttal that you're going to do is that you did mention in your presentation very early that there's a forestry condition, but for some reason, do any of you have that record? There's a forestry too. Okay, because I'm looking everywhere. That's all I want to clear. This forestry condition too. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough, Madam Chair. The urban forestry report was only published yesterday afternoon, so I imagine it's not in the committee's package. But I was monitoring the AIC closely, and so.
Yeah, I just missed which condition.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, of course.
So
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, it is in the package.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Please just respond to all the issues raised by your opposition.
Absolutely. So the first point that I will make is that with respect to the impacted tree, as that was brought up by several of the submissions, this impacted tree was reviewed by Urban Forestry, and they have indicated no concern with this potential injury or removal. I'll point out that the side yard setback requirement is 1.2 meters, and there is no side yard setback variance. In other words, the impact to this tree should be considered the same as an as-of-right building impact and are not related to this variance. Furthermore, it's not even related to the FSI variance, as the portion that will impact the tree is the underground foundation, which is not included in the calculation of FSI. Mm-hmm. Now, with respect to the impacts on the dwellings on Harper Ave, there was mention that this dwelling should be considered with a rear yard setback on its side. I would point out that there's a very clear definition for rear yard setback and side yard setback in the zoning bylaw, and the zoning examiner for this application did not feel that rear yard setback is what should be applied to the properties on Harper Ave. Mm-hmm. I'll point out as well that with regard to the underground garage, there has been no variance identified through this. The intent of the underground garage is twofold. The first is to increase the total amount of green space on the property through the removal of the significantly large detached garage. And the second is to ensure that the front of the dwelling remains as is on its condition. You'll note that the front of the dwelling is essentially going to be remaining unchanged through this proposal, particularly with respect to height. I'll point out to the side elevations now, if committee would like to view that. The existing height of the dwelling is 10.08 meters. The maximum height, as permitted in the zoning bylaw, is 12 meters in this neighborhood. The addition that we're proposing does not extend beyond the existing height of 10.08 meters. And therefore, in my view, any impacts in massing would not have a greater impact than what is already contemplated by the zoning bylaw. Now, there was a mention that I spoke to 3 committee of adjustment approvals. There are several. I can go through them now that had similar FSIs. Within the broader neighborhood itself on Harper Ave, there was 66 Harper Ave approved with 0.69 FSI, or 340 square meters. 87 Harper Ave approved at an FSI of 0.98. There was also 20 Edgewood Crescent approved at 1.285 FSI. There was 23 Arrington Ave approved at 0.669 FSI. My point to the committee is that there is a range of FSI, and while I stated in my initial presentation that a purely quantitative assessment cannot tell you what the massing will be perceived as, even when only looking at through a quantitative lens, this dwelling will not be the highest FSI in this neighborhood, nor will it be the highest GFA in this neighborhood. I believe that covers the main submissions that dealt with the variances that we're proposing, but if committee has any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yes, I do have one. The third floor rear deck on the east side, which is your wider side, right? Because your deck is like a vertical north-south. Do you think that will be some kind of privacy issue, or there will be a lot of trees in front of it, or something that will mitigate the privacy?
So the intent of the privacy screening is to make the balcony essentially translucent, so that while you cannot perceive distinct shapes, you could perhaps see that somebody is on the balcony. In my view, it would not have any further privacy impact than perhaps a frosted window. I'll point out that there are windows along the dwelling. There are limited windows, however, on the 3rd floor.
So all those railings are white frosted glass anyway, right, opaque?
The windows are not frosted glass.
No, I mean the railing, not the windows. I'm talking. The balcony.
The balconies will be screened in a manner that is
Screened.
similar to frosted glass.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, any questions?
Just one quick question. It's a little aside. Once the garage has been removed, that, as you mentioned, it's going to be returned to soft landscaping, the entire space. Could you just if you're able to, do you know what the existing rear soft landscaping percentage is and what it will be subsequently?
I do not know the exact existing rear soft landscaping. I know from my site visit that there is essentially, there's very little soft landscaping. There is paving a patio on the rear property right now. And if you look at the dotted lines on the site plan, you can see that there is essentially a postage stamp sized of backyard, which will be significantly expanded by removing this detached garage.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. West.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask the applicant to repeat the modification they did for the variance number 2. Just want to double check the numbers.
Absolutely. So the original 3rd-story rooftop patio was proposed at 22.89 square meters, and the proposed variance now is 6.74 square meters. That's on the 3rd story.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is that have you had a chance to review the staff recommendation?
Yes, I have, through you, Madam Chair. I have reviewed the community planning recommendation, and we have no issue with their recommendation.
So then my last question will be, the staff recommend that we tie to west, north, and east elevation drawings. So are these elevation drawings that submitted on 22nd of May reflected the modification that you did for variance number 2?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. The plans that are in front of you today reflect the modifications requested.
Okay, and my last question regarding the parking, I noticed that transportation didn't submit any letter or any objections, but can you provide some explanation regarding the one of the neighbors have concerns regarding the way that the parking is designed? I know that we didn't receive any transportation objection, and it's not in the variance list, but if you can just provide some explanation.
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair, like I said, the intent of providing a driveway that's underground manages to keep the existing facade of the building on the front while also reducing the size of the detached garage in the rear by removing it entirely.
Yeah.
I'll point out that all of the delegations that were made today were actually on behalf of residents on Harper Ave, which are not on the side that is abutting this driveway. The driveway is abutting 226 Rosedale Heights Drive, which did not make a submission today.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Byatt.
Are we in committee, Chair?
Oh, we are? Okay, no more questions.
No more questions, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. We have no more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay, comment then.
Just some comments. I think the point that you made earlier is that we have in front of us 3 variances.
Yes.
And none of those variances, from my perspective, requesting anything that's unreasonable. In fact, it's good to see that variance number 2 has been amended.
Oh, yeah, that was always my concern, yeah, the size.
This is a very unusual lot.
Oh,
And
yes.
I think, it's always going, unusual lots always present unusual situations. But what we have in front of us are 3 variances, none of which are outrageous in any fashion that one might say. I think they're all reasonable requests. And as my colleague has pointed out, transportation has said nothing about the driveway that leads to an underground garage. Planning has a condition, forestry has a condition. And I think from that perspective, I think this is a reasonable application.
And I think that because of the irregular lot and other orientation of the building, it creates a lot of anxiety to the people on the Harbour Street, or Harbour Drive. That is very understandable, but I was looking for evidence on their argument to say that the height and massing do not fit into the character. But actually, massing is another thing that will be indicated if they are asking for depth, for side yard setback variance, and the the other one is the length of the building and height, and all that combined will tell you that maybe the massing is is our character. But none of those areas appear here. So from that point, I will say that it is this, unfortunately, it is the orientation of the irregular lot that the back, they want to build an addition. It seems that it's facing all these houses backyard, and then that creates a lot of different opinions, I think. Yeah.
If anything, I think the removal of the garage
Is the
removes an obstruction to your site. So I think that's a positive thing as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Any comment and motion is welcome.
So through you, Madam Chair, just a quick comment. I agree with you. We are dealing with 3 variances. Variance for FSI is only, it's very moderate, reasonable increase they ask. It's around 1.44 times, and it's alteration and addition. So I think that's quite minor. My concern was the area of a 3rd-story rooftop patio, which the applicant significantly reduced it to 6.74 square meter, which actually it's a good revision to that. And also the location of the rear yard is actually due to the irregularity of the lot shape and the position of the lot. So, and it's not, and I think I've heard a lot of concerns regarding the trees, and we already have a condition from Urban Forestry reviewed it, and we have condition number 2. So therefore, I think combination of these 3 variances with the report that we have and the staff recommendation that if we tie to elevations, 3 elevation west, east, and north, that will just, it's a very good decision. So that's my points and comments.
I agree with you. The reduction of the patio size was the tipping point for me. I will think that with the size like that will impact the neighbors a lot. So, but then now it's just similar to a regular balcony. So it's like 2 or 3 people. The more we can go out like that. Yeah. So, all right. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
If my other colleague doesn't have any comments, no, yes.
It's amended, right? Because something.
No. I think one of my colleagues wants to talk.
Yeah, please.
I think I have a different view from what it sounds like from the panel. I feel it's the applicant's burden to establish that the 4 tests are established. And I didn't hear the applicant speak much about the official plan policy specifically, as did some of the concerned neighbors. And so I get the point that there's no height or depth variance required, but I think it's really important. I tend to agree with with the neighbors that in this uniquely shaped lot, even though you're not requesting height and depth, the FSI, in filling out the space, it looks like it is going to have impact on light and site views and privacy with the windows facing west and things like that. So I'm of the view, I mean, it's a difficult property. I'm not sure how the proposal might be changed, but my view is that the applicant hasn't satisfied me that the 4 tests are established in this case.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. So you just, despite of the quantitative figures, right? You think that the real impact is larger than what is only showing by numbers, is that like?
Yeah, like what I'm trying to say is when I look at it, and I absolutely understand that there's no height or depth, and I heard what you all were saying about it, and also what the applicant was saying about the height not being as high as it could be. But just given the amount, to get the amount of floor space, you're filling in the space that is there quite significantly, I think. And so I think just the massing of what is there that is allowed in terms of height and width, I'm not sure if it could be done differently but it seems large to me, and I tend to agree with what I heard from the neighbors.
Okay, it's fair, yeah. So, what? Yeah, we do have a motion, so we vote for that.
We haven't put
have a second.
It was only my comment.
That's a comment. Okay, let's have your motion, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with one variance. The variance number 2 have been modified, that the area of the rear third-story roof patio will be now 6.74 square meter, and also would like to add the condition that staff recommended on the report dated May 28, 2024, that the owner shall construct the proposal additions and decks substantial in accordance with the drawing number A0302, which is the west, and A0303, which is the north elevation, and A03.04, which is the east elevation's architecture plan received by committee on 22nd of May, which also have the same modification that the applicant mentioned, and also subjected to condition 2 of urban forestry.
Okay, that's the motion. Second, Mr. Bayer, second. All in favor? 3-1. Mr. Wilkins dissent, yeah. Thank you. It's approved 3-1 with conditions and amended agenda. Okay, item number 6 is 816 SAMMON Avenue. This is the purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition and with basement below and a rear first floor deck with stairs. They are seeking one variance. On this file, we received copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, cover letter from the agent, decision affecting the property, and also tree protection plan supplied by the applicant. Support, we have 118 and 114 SAMMON Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay. Please have the...
At this time, we'll unmute Jay Smith.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application. My address is 2814.
We can't really hear you. Can you speak into the microphone a little bit more?
Yep.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application. My address is 2814 Hollington Crescent.
Okay, because you do not have any opposition, let me check with the panel whether they want to have a presentation from you. We have gone through all the material as submitted, so let me check. And
Well, I appreciate explanation for the lot coverage.
okay, can you just give us a very brief presentation then? Ms. West was interested in your definition of lot, or speak to the lot coverage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, we are increasing the lot coverage by 4.98 square meters. We're going from an existing of 40.3 to 43.2. That does include the required landing and stairs at the rear. We would be almost equal to what is existing now if we did not need that to egress the rear of the home. I do believe what we're asking for is minor. It is a flat roof. We're only at 6.35 meters in overall height. We have kept the massing down in order to minimize the impact on the neighbors. We are also almost at the same length as the neighbor at 818, and we have no objections from either neighbor on either side. Thank you.
Okay, that answers your question. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we don't have any more questions to the speaker. So we are ready to move it into committee now. We're in discussion. Okay, Ms. West.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. The explanation, well, applicant explained that the existing was 40.3, and this is very minor, the addition number that they requested. Therefore, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
Okay, Mr. Wilkins, second. All in favor with no conditions. Unanimously approved with no conditions. Thank you very much. Do any of you want to have a break? No? Okay, let's move to item 7. Item 7 is 11A Bloomfield Avenue. This is to construct a 2-story auxiliary building, which is a garage and with one laneway suite above. As abutting a laneway, the existing garage will be demolished. They are seeking 7 variances. We also receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, revised site plans, floor plans, elevations, and a revised site plan, second revised site plan, and 4 photographs of the property. 2 email correspondence from the agent and decision affecting the subject property, and also presentation material from the owner. We have received comment from Metrolinx. I believe this is advisory comment. Let's have the agent, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, Metrolinx, there's the warning clause that
It's a
they're
warning.
imposing,
Yeah.
but that's for your consideration. We do have the owner here in person, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay. So, welcome, by the way. So, are you the agent? You're the owner, so you will be the presenter? Okay. Just let me check, because you do not have any opposition want to speak. Maybe I will check with the panel whether they require presentation, or do you like to have a presentation, or you have, yeah. Or any questions?
I had a question.
Yeah, we will go straight into questions, because I don't think they need to have a presentation. We have, study all the materials. Okay. Mr. Wilkins.
The variance for the distance between the principal residence and the proposed laneway suite, is that triggered by the variance that was previously obtained to extend the depth of the building? That I think in the
I can't, sorry, can you speak louder or turn the mic on if it's not on? I missed.
Is that better?
Oh, that's much better, yeah.
Didn't know there was a power button. Apologies.
Yeah, much
Yeah, you are correct. There was a previous committee decision back in 2017, A0223, 17 TYE, that talked about changing the house. And at that point, there was no consideration of a laneway suite because I didn't really even know anything about them. So that was what changed at that point. The footprint of the laneway suite is the exact same as the footprint as was approved in that previous committee.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So any other questions?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes,
Just
go
a
ahead.
quick one. I have a little concern with variance number 2, where 75% soft landscaping is required. I believe it's between the laneway suite and the abutting laneway. You're requesting 0%. Can you just speak to that, please?
Yeah, is there should be a picture in there, if you could pull it up, of what the lane actually looks like there. Probably the easiest one is the one that I emailed on, it would have been part of the presentation material. Yeah, the previous committee, you keep going, go down a bit more. If you go down, that's the back of the house. If you go down a little bit from there, yeah, one of those there. So if you scroll up a little bit to that second picture you had there. Yeah. So that shows the laneway, right? So you can see the laneway is abutting the garage is abutting the laneway right there, and the garage door eats up the entire part of that. So the access from the lane into the garage, there's no possibility to put softscaping in that spot, and there's no softscaping anywhere in that lane to begin with. So I'd love to be able to meet that. I just don't know how to do anything with that, the condition it is.
Very much an existing circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is just that if they have, if it's existing garage already, yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, so any more questions? Ms. West?
Yes, just appreciate an explanation for variance number 3. The auxiliary building containing a laneway suite will be located 0.1 meter from the rear satellite line instead of 1 meter.
Yeah, so that was also included in the previous committee decision where we requested a 0 meter. So it's actually gone the other way. We've added a little bit there. The size of that space and the size of the property doesn't really allow us to shrink it any more from that. And that was part of the previous variance we had sought.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, we don't have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Yeah. Okay.
We start this one off.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I think it's a reasonable request, and I think the explanations for some of the variances that we have, I'm quite satisfied with the explanations. There's no objection from any of the city staff reports. There is a planning condition which I think speaks to the nature of this particular site and the existing circumstance. So I don't have any issue with this particular application given the planning condition and forestry 3 conditions. So I'd be quite happy to move a motion to approve.
And there are no conditions either, right? Or there are no list. Oh, that's a metro link warning.
It's, yeah.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe urban forestry, condition number 3.
Number 3.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. All right. I didn't have that. Okay, and there's a motion here. Anyone wants to second? Ms. West, second, with condition. All in favor? Unanimously approved with the condition and the metro link warning a comment. Yeah. Yeah.
Clause.
Thank you. Item number 8 is 261, 285 Queen Street East and 384 to 410 Richmond Street East and 90 Ontario Street and 360 to 382 Richmond Street. And the purpose, this is to alter mixed-use development, have 2 apartment towers, and they want to have office with office and also public park and approve under site-specific bylaw. And converting approximately 7,700 square meter office in Building C into 64 residential units, which will be the work units, and also permitting the ordering the types of personal service shops within the dwelling unit, and permit a home occupation be located in a dwelling unit in buildings B and C, or a dance studio, training, and the number of non-residential parking, and reducing number of non-residential parking space. They are seeking 9 variances. And on this file, we received a lot of things, and survey as 4 plans and elevation, 16 photographs, and 3 photographs, 3 cover letter from agent, decision affecting property, and also letter prepared by civil covering, and 2 civil functional service report, email corresponding from agent, parking supply review, and planning cover review, presentation material, agreement from Ryan Lee, the agent, and demolition permit, order to comply, site-specific zoning bylaw, and also we received report from the Heritage Services and staff report from Community Planning.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person, no registered speakers online. I just want to make sure there's no one here in person that wishes to speak to this item. See none? Okay.
And let me, please tell us your name and address.
Good morning, Madam Chair. It's David Bronskill from Goodman's LLP. The address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario, and I'm here as agent for the applicant.
Yes. Although there are no opposition here or online, because it's a very complex development, can you just give us a very brief presentation, just give us a nutshell of it? Yeah.
I can, Madam Chair. Staff have put up the presentation that we provided to the Committee of Adjustment, and I can quickly just walk through that for you. One thing I just wanted to flag at the outset, because there's sometimes a bit of concern about varying site-specific bylaws that might be recently enacted. I would simply note that although the bylaws do have a 2023 number on them, I've been involved in this project for a long time, and it was originally approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal in 2018. The final order, though, once a bunch of conditions were cleared, wasn't issued until 2022, and the bylaw numbers have a 2023 number on them. So it's a little bit misleading to think that this was only quote-unquote approved last year. It's actually initially had OLT approval 6 years ago. Tricon, who's here requesting these variances, and I'm acting as their agent. Just as a little bit of background for you, it's a company founded 35 years ago. They are a long-term owner and operator of purpose-built rental buildings, and this is the development that is before you. They are doing 2 rental buildings on this site. They've got a proven track record of delivering rental units and a portfolio now of about 4,500 purpose-built rental units in the city of Toronto. This project, and I'm going to go to the slide that's just on the screen for you just to describe it a little bit. It's a 3-tower block plan Queen, Richmond area generally, east of the downtown at Ontario Street. My colleague, Mr. Hoffman, spoke to you earlier today about Montclair and actually stole one of my lines, and I'm going to call him out for plagiarism. He said that his project was not only shovel-ready, it was shovel in the ground. That's the line I was told him that I was going to use for this project with you here today. This project's under construction for rental units, and we are now seeking to convert some of the office that is in the two towers to allow additional rental units. And as the planning staff memo notes for you, some of those will also be affordable housing units. And I'll break that down for you. It's a project overall that right now has 795 residential rental units. It includes a half-acre public park, and it also includes about 75,000 square feet of commercial space. And Madam Chair, although we are seeking variances to eliminate the office, there is still a substantial non-residential and commercial component to this project. Leases have been signed with Shoppers Drug Mart. There's ongoing conversations with a much-needed grocer to come in this part of the downtown, who would occupy about 33,000 square feet of space on the second floor of Tower B. And there's a desire to have complementary food and beverage offerings in other retail spaces. So there is still going to be significant non-residential and commercial. It's simply the office that we're looking to convert to residential. I think this committee is very well aware that the office market in the city is not great. This is the type of office market that I would say is less than not great. When you've got a 5,000 square meter component outside of major office areas, it is very, very problematic to build and then lease. City staff, in fact, now have, and I should say two things to you about that. The first is there's no policy requirement for the replacement or the provision of the office. There is a site-specific official plan amendment. It does not have a policy requiring the office space. And unlike other sites in the downtown that are within the financial district or the Bay Bloor office corridor, this site is outside those areas. Those areas do have policies that require the replacement of certain non-residential uses. So we don't have a policy structure that requires this. The second thing I would say to you is there's an emerging direction in the city, starting with a file at 350 Bloor East, where existing office can be replaced at about 20 to 25% of what's existing in the form of non-residential or, more importantly, affordable housing. And council actually approved that development at 350 Bloor, where existing office is being replaced by a combination of a smaller component of non-residential and affordable housing. That's the model our client worked with city staff. If I can get staff just to turn to slide 7, we have a breakdown. So the conversion is going to allow 64 new purpose-built residential rental units in addition to those I've already mentioned to you. 20% of the gross leasable area will be in the form of affordable units. So you'll see on the chart, affordable unit mix there, 13 that'll be secured for a 40-year period.
You reached your 5 minutes, so
I'll wrap up, Madam Chair.
Summary.
Yeah, there's also 20, I'm excited about this project, excuse me. There's 21 live work units also being included. Those are variances 5 to 8. And so it is, I think, a remarkable opportunity to have a project like this that's underway, add more rental units, and within those rental units, add more affordable units. We're in full support of the planning staff memo and would ask the committee, should you see fit, to authorize the variances to ensure that the conditions recommended by planning staff are added to the decision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Question to the applicant. Yes, Mr. Bai. Yeah.
Maybe just one quick one. Essentially, this is a change of use application, if I'm not mistaken. Would that be reasonable?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would characterize it slightly differently. All of the uses are still permitted, so I wouldn't say it's a change of use. And the reason I say that, I get a little bit nervous about the notion of use variances. This, to me, is more about a reallocation of gross floor area. So there's no additional gross floor area being provided. The variances are to increase the max on the residential. So I would say it's more of a reallocation. We're not introducing new uses. We're not changing any uses. It's a reallocation of the GFA permissions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just the mix if they increase something and then, yeah, so. I have a very quick question. Is driven by the market for this mix? Is that you sense that there will be more interest in live work units, and so, for example? Yeah.
Madam Chair, to answer your question, I would actually have two answers to it. There is a shift on the live work. I think that's a post-COVID thing that we're starting to see. There's a shift in the policy framework. There used to be, for a long time, I think, some skepticism about live-work units, that they were more live than work. And so that it wasn't, that they would truly be residential and not necessarily have a live-work function. I think that's changed. The second thing is we are seeing across the city, smaller office offerings like this being more problematic to deliver. And I mentioned 350 Bloor to you. There's another site at Yonge and King that was approved by City Council. It's an office building, a heritage building that's being converted to have residential. And so part of the challenge is managing the loss of those smaller office spaces and ensuring that they still have a public good component to them. And that's why staff are taking this approach where the public good is in the form of affordable housing. So it's not just a straight reallocation, it's ensuring that there's a public benefit as part of that reallocation. And we're starting to see this 20 to 25% being the number.
So, okay, leading to the interest question is then the affordable housing portion. Is it under the site-specific agreement that you already promised the city, or is this part of the new thing that you, is it a condition? How does that work into?
Yeah, the 13 units, it is a condition of these variances to ensure that they're secured. The helpful part of doing it through this variance process is that we can enter into an agreement under subsection 45(9) of the Planning Act with the city that will secure the units. It'll secure the construction, the finishing, it'll secure the rents, and then it'll also secure a protocol with the city's affordable housing access system to help select tenants who will meet income thresholds, who then would be truly deserving of the units. So the variance process actually allows for these conditions to ensure that we can get all of that in an agreement that's then registered on title and runs with the land.
So the Section 45 let the city administrate the accessibility of these units.
Yeah, our client Tricon will be working with the city's centralized affordable housing access system. All of those have a capital letter to them to assist in advertising and selecting tenants.
Okay, yeah, wow, this is good to learn. Yeah. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I should add, Tricon's done this on other sites too. I was back in front of a different panel over on Symington, still in the downtown with the panel, but on the west. Similar variance, getting some more height, similar affordable housing components, similar agreements. So it's something we've done before and look forward to continue working with the city on.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Just a very quick one. Just in the presentation under the slide, who we are, Tricon, I noticed bullet number 4 lists a number of partnering bodies or partnered bodies. Is this particular project also including some of these partners?
No, not yet in this project, but in some of the other projects, including some of the ones that I've worked on, these groups have come into the buildings. Some of them have been with affordable units. Some of them have been with what I would call community space. And so Tricon has partnered with all of them on some projects that I've had the benefit of working them on with too.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah. We don't have any more questions. I don't believe we are in committee now. We can start with comment. I actually wish a lot of high density development have all these components. Especially, I'm attracted to the variations of different types of housing and also the arts and arts component, dance studio and all that, because it's a healthy services for in the neighborhood. We do not just need apartment units. This is a community use to a certain extent. They provide services, right? Dance studio.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think it's a good proposal. I think that the variance needed for the dance spaces and probably accounts for the fact that in a typical smaller home, you would want the home to be separated so that you don't disturb the neighbors. But I think the context is different in a high-rise building where you have thick concrete walls, and it's not going to be an issue. I guess what I was thinking about is there's a difference between the live workspaces and commercial space, because the commercial space can sometimes add vibrancy, but I actually am not sure how much vibrancy a commercial office adds as opposed to more retail type situations. But
live work is all, especially during the pandemic. I do not think that it is suddenly the pandemic triggered. I just don't review the house much shortage, that kind of need, because it will create smaller creative, it's so hard to find a live works units.
I think it's a good compromise, and combined with the condition that the applicant accepts from the city, I think overall the variance is minor, and I would move to approve with
Okay,
that
Mr. Wilkins
condition.
have a motion to approve with the condition planning, community planning.
I'll second that.
And Ms. Byers second. All in favor of conditions?
Just planning.
Planning have two conditions and also have sub-conditions. Okay, approve unanimously. Mr. Bonskill, thank you for coming. Yeah. Do you need a break?
Yes.
We are
That
going
would
to
be
have
great.
a 5-minute break, please. Is it enough? Okay. Listen to our Deputy Secretary Treasurer. 10 minutes break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. I don't, this one, yeah. Okay, we resume the hearing. The next item is, I believe it's number 9, 13 Richard Avenue. Let me get this. For this application, the purpose is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling containing an existing basement secondary suite by constructing a rear second-story addition as a cantilever addition above the existing rear one-story addition and a third-story addition above the existing two-story portion of the dwelling. They are seeking 3 variances. And on Richard Street, we receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevation, and 4 photographs of the property and cover letter from the agent, and we have 7 letters of support, and also we have oppositions, 1 opposition from, there's no address for this. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker.
Okay.
So at this time, we'll unmute Christopher Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Good morning.
Yes.
My name is Christopher Smith. I'm with Woodcliff Construction. I'm the agent for this project.
Can you speak? More directly to your mic, because you seem to be fading.
Hi, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Christopher Smith. I'm the agent for this project. I work with Woodsmith Construction. Would you like me to do a presentation?
Yes, because I think you do have opposition here. Please give us a 5-minute presentation. Thank you. Hello? Are you still there? Okay, we are ready for you. Yeah.
Basement is being classified as ground floor, so that is taking our proposed FSI from
Sorry, Christopher, we can't hear you.
Which is a significant increase. I've added in my cover letter a few sort of precedent decisions that are all within keeping of that sort of FSI request between 0.8 and 1.23.
Hello, Christopher, we can't hear you.
Well within reason and previous decisions and previous.
I think he's talking to someone else.
Side wall or main wall variance, so I think that's variance number 2 or variance number 3. If you pull up the elevations.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you doing the presentation? Because we missed everything you said before.
For some reason I can't hear you. Just 1 second. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I think we have to start over again because we missed everything you said before. Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, and also can you just keep it like this, clear, and so we can hear you?
For whatever reason, I don't know what went on with my computer there. So I'll start from the beginning. My name is Christopher Smith. I'm with Woodsmith Construction. I'm the agent on this file. I'll give you a brief sort of explanation of what I put in my cover letter, which addresses essentially the FSI requirements. So due to the reclassification of the basement level of this project, it's now considered ground floor space. This is taking our proposal and taking it from what would have been a 0.8 FSI to a 1.08.
Mm-hmm.
I've also taken the trouble to attach a few precedences to show that, our FSI is within the reasonable sort of limits of past decisions. This 3rd floor, as it sort of adds to the streetscape, if we pull up the elevations on plan, preferably the existing elevation first. So if we go to the east elevation, I think you can sort of see the roof line that is being made. I think it's on A8, please. So you'll see that there's an existing roof line currently at the second floor, just above the second floor level. And then if we go to the proposed elevations, so that would be down a bit further, keep going, one more down. Okay, back up. There's fine. What you'll see is we've taken great care in maintaining the existing front facade. So we have maintained the existing roof line, we have maintained the existing dormer on the front of the building, and we've essentially created a clear store window at the back or sort of the front of the building to allow for our ceiling heights. I think this was a good way of tucking a third floor addition into a streetscape without sort of being too jarring to the rest of the neighboring buildings. Obviously this is a common practice, but I wanted to make sure, and we wanted to make sure that this ties in well with the homes in the community. That's pretty much everything I have for now. It's fairly straightforward, so if you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, I think we will hold our question to you until we hear the opposition. Okay, yeah. Let's have the opposition.
Madam Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 17 Richard Avenue.
Yes, I'm the owner at 17 Richard. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
You can?
Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you. Yeah.
Good. Good morning, Madam Chair and committee adjustment members. My name is John Greville, and I am a resident and owner of 17 Richard Avenue. I wish to express my views regarding the variances requested for 13 Richard Avenue. The request to add a full third floor to the existing building and add a second floor to the rear addition exceeds the permitted building height, width, length, and density, and is excessive in visible and quantitative ways. I would like to point out that only 2 variances for our street have been approved for length longer than the requested length. If this variance is allowed and it is built, it will be the largest house on the street on one of the narrowest lot sizes. I do not believe any houses on the block or anywhere near is big as this proposal compared to its lot size. It is greater than the permitted width, greater than the permitted height, greater than the permitted floor space index. I think that this large increase in size is a bad precedent for our neighborhood and is a major variant with the general intents and context of the neighborhood and the master plan. Richard Avenue is serene. Currently, this is a quiet street of affordable housing, which is becoming a rare thing in Toronto. The small lots allow for an intimate experience that is rarely found in the city today, giving views and sightlines that are pleasant, green, and with just enough daylight reaching in to allow the residents wonderful, quiet enjoyment. Allowing this house to extend depth and height would obstruct and reduce this quality, in particular the surrounding sunlight coverage as the property's length runs north and south. Please note that I have an irregular lot, and a section of my lot directly abuts with the lot on 13 Richard Avenue. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have any question to this speaker? No? Okay. Let's get the applicant back.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay. You have a chance to rebut the concerns that raised, but do we have any questions to? Okay. Yes, you have 5 minutes for your response. Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep it pretty short. There are currently no height variances that's being put before the committee at this point. It is a wall variance, a main wall variance. Height requirement, not an overall height requirement. There's no building length or building depth variances being requested at this point in time. We are all within the acceptable limits on all of those. So I would say that would pretty much conclude my rebuttal.
Mm-hmm. Questions? Okay, I don't think we have any questions for you, so we are in committee now. Thank you. Any thoughts? Any motions?
Maybe I'll start off, Chair, and just to get the ball rolling. Again, we've got three variances, requests for three variances before us, and none of them are excessive. They all seem reasonable. And I take into account the person in opposition commenting about the neighborhood in particular. But one of the things that we are seeing in the city, of course, is this need for increased space, and vertical is one way to go. I don't see this as a major issue. I'm not sure if my colleagues think of what their thoughts might be on with regard to this application.
Because in his presentation, he did explain that why the FSI seems to be high is because of the particular, including the basement, and I think that it's not fair to judge just on that figure. Then it's a good explanation. It will be 0.8 times if it's excluding the basement. Usually that's the case, right? Yeah. Okay, let's have a motion then. It seems that we were quite satisfied with our discussion. Yeah.
Sure thing. I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I don't believe there are any conditions attached to this one. I haven't seen anything up to now. So I'd like to move a motion to approve with no conditions attached.
Second to this motion, Mr. Wilkins, second. All in favor? With no condition, approved unanimously. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, item 10 is 73 Highland Avenue. This application is to alter the existing three-story detached dwelling by constructing a one-story rear ground floor addition. They are seeking 4 variances. And on this file, we received survey site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised north elevation, 3 photographs, and email corresponding from agent, and decision decision affecting the property, and also the slope stability assessment, and presentation material, and email corresponding from TRCA, and permit from TRCA. We have also received comment from Heritage Planning. Actually, there were the email and also a staff report from Heritage Planning. We received support from seven forms of letters on Glen Road, Highland Road, Old George Place, and also Rosedale Drive. And we received 5 letters in support on Rosedale Drive and Highland Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item. Is there anyone here in the audience that wants to speak to this? Okay, sir, just sit down. We'll call you up once we hear from the agent, okay? Thank you.
And I must say, in the supplemental material, we received extra 6 letters of support. Okay, we're ready for the agent. Yeah.
Okay, we've unmuted the agent. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Tell us
Yes,
your name and address.
Yes, my name is Layth Al-Bahani. I'm from Layth Al-Bahani Architects, and my address is 7300 Yonge Street, Unit 406, Thornhill, Ontario.
Okay, I believe you do have one person in opposition wants to speak, and then can you give us a 5-minute brief presentation, please? Yeah.
Yes, sure. If you can just to go to the site plan, yes, I think that would be sufficient there. So basically, this is a generational house. It's a single-family house that's being passed from the parents to the daughter, and as a result of this, there's a slight change they would like to do. Is sort of to the mudroom, and as a result, they're pushing the kitchen area slightly out the podcast area. The addition is 3.51 meter by 5.78 meter, and it basically aligns on the east side with the existing east side of the wall of the house. And at the back, it doesn't even go back as far as the existing rear wall of the house. And the style of the house is in line with what is existing, and there are no changes at the front or any other changes on the house. I'll run just quickly through the variances to see the reasoning and what we have done. Variance number 1 is basically it's about the depth. We're at 19.49, and as I mentioned, it does not go beyond the existing depth of the house. It's 1 foot back from there, so you can see that. So we didn't go as far as the existing depth. And I did attach some precedents on file. There are 3, I think there are 11 precedents in the immediate area, 3 of which are on Highland Avenue, that they go beyond what we are proposing. Variance number 2, the altar dwelling will have a floor space index of 5.6 times the area. What I want to mention before even I start, that because this is a ravine property, the FSI does not count the entire lot area. So basically what we are counting as a ratio is the area of the house divided by just a portion of the lot, which means that the precedents are actually, in fact, much bigger in area when comparison. Just so you take that into account. And I did attach also precedents. There are many precedents in the area that we have attached, and I think 3 of which are on Highland. So that's in the attached material. Variance number 3, the altar dwelling is located 1.24 meters from the side east lot line. The requirement is 1.5. And again, we are aligning with the existing side wall of the house. If we do not align, then we have like a sort of a jog in the kitchen wall. So it's just like we're just aligning with what is existing. We didn't go beyond what is there. And there are 4 precedents in the immediate area. I can give the addresses. I have all the addresses of these, 2 of which are on Highland. They did go beyond much less than 1.24 meter. Variance number 4, the altar dwelling will be located 2.15 meters from the shoreline hazard limit. So what we did have a consultant, is a very reputable consultant, Haddad Geotechnical. They did go to the site. They did make an investigation to the soil and to the sort of slope line. And I did quote what they said, and their soil report is attached. They did say, in their opinion, that what is proposed will not endanger the integrity of the existing slope, provided we follow 4 steps that they have, and that would be on statement 4.1. Item 8 on the assessment of the soil report that's attached. There are 2 precedents, 19 Highland. It goes setbacks of 0 to the ravine impact area, and 106 Glen Road, that goes actually beyond that limit. So it's just like there are two precedents I have. That's about it. If you have any questions, that would be right.
Thank you. So we're going to wait to ask you questions. If we do have questions, we would like to hear the opposition now. Yeah. Thank you.
My name
Good morning. Yeah. Welcome.
My name is William Redelmeyer. I live at 89 Highland Avenue, and I'm opposed to developments along the ravine. I think they're a bad idea. They dry out the soil and lead to erosion and difference in soil quality. And, it doesn't seem like a big addition, so probably it will be approved. But the next owner of the property will have to deal with it. I have been in this house. It's got a big living room that could easily be converted to an office. And I recommend you do that because it's far cheaper than a landslide. The Bolt engineers next door to our house were developing the property, and I had my doubts. I was honestly looking for Kijiji to rent alternate accommodations. There are lots of pools and swimming pools which have been built along my side of Highland, which runs east-southeast to west-northwest. And the machinations of these people with their pools should obviously serve as a precedent to developing along the ravine. And I hope they plant trees there and have a nice lawn there and have green space. The eastern end of the property does have a small entrance, which probably requires a lot of maintenance. You know, I'm not that familiar with the property or the plans, but that is all I have to say.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah, okay. Any? Just wait. Let me check whether they have questions for you. Any? Yes.
No, just would like to double check the address of the neighbor. Is it number 89?
Yes, and by the way, 19 Highland is not on a ravine, I don't think. Or it's on a different ravine than 89 is.
I'm not catching what the statement. What? Can you repeat what you just said?
In the presentation given on the just recently, the developer said that 19 Highland Avenue had been approved for a greater development.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Also, yeah, I understand now. Thank you. Yeah.
You can go back to the agent.
Yeah, please bring. Yeah. Is he on? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, hi.
Yes. Did you hear the concern? Yeah.
Yes, it is in regards to ravine. Like I said, we have a geotechnical expert come to the site, and then they did check the soil and check the ravine and the line of the ravine, and their comments are attached. We're going to maintain what they have asked for, some of it in regards to vegetation, and we're going to make sure that we do not remove any vegetation beyond we're not going even to the lot. We're 2.15 meters from that line. So we're going to maintain everything that's there, and we're going to make sure there's no soil sort of drifted. So we're going to follow their instructions.
Thank you.
And as far as 19, I think it says, I did pick up, whether it is on this ravine or a different ravine, but I did pick up their Committee of Adjustment decision, and it says the altered detached dwelling will be located 0 meters from the east of the ravine impact area of the park ravine, and will encroach 0.767 meters south into the ravine impact area park and whatever, instead of the 10 meter. So that's I have the Committee of Adjustment decision.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's this ravine or a different ravine, but it is a ravine, and it's very close.
My question is just to actually, I'd like to hear from you, but my understanding is that when you apply, you're going through, if you were approved, you have to go through building permit phase. They will scrutinize all this engineering, right, anyway?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. We're not, nobody wants to be in that situation, so we're going to make sure that this is adhered to for sure. Our engineer and the soil consultant.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any question to the applicant? No. Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay, Mr. Bayet, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I'll just start off by saying that we've got 4 variances in front of us. And from what I can see, the addition is actually very much an integral portion of the existing structure. unless I'm misreading the plans. One thing I'd like to note is that TRCA has provided a permit. So when it issues of any degradation to the ravine, a lot of to the slope, I think, would have been mitigated by that application. I don't see any issue with the requests. I think all the variances that are being requested are relatively minor. So I don't have any problems with this application, and Planning Department has no comment on it. There is a heritage condition and a forestry condition. I think those are the only two conditions attached to this particular application, so I do not see a problem with it. I'm sure my colleagues might have different thoughts.
That's a motion to approve with the heritage condition and the forestry condition.
My colleagues don't have any objections.
We can get a second. Mr. Wilkins, second. All in favor with those conditions? Unanimously approved. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Then next item 11 is 417 Russell Hill Road. This is to construct a 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage and a front canopy over the garage entrance, and to construct a side landing and exterior stairs, a rear ground floor cover deck, and a rear ground floor terrace, and also have a rear 3rd-story balcony and a front driveway with 2 points of vehicle access and an in-ground swimming pool. They are seeking 15 variances. And on this file, we receive survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, arborist report, and revised surveys, site plan, floor plans, elevations. Email from the agent, presentation material from the agent. We receive comment from the development engineering and support from owners of 416 Russell Hill. And interest of concern we receive from 260 Warren Road, and oppositions we receive 1, 2, 3, 4 from Russell Hill, 4 addresses from Russell Hill Road, and also and also a corresponding opposition from Salisbury Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person, as well as 4 registered speakers in opposition.
In opposition, okay. So, Mr. Brunswick, then we need a presentation from you, please.
Madam Chair, formally, it's David Bronskill, Goodman's LLP, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400 in Toronto, acting as agent for the applicant. We have provided, Madam Chair, a presentation that walks through the variances. We are in receipt of the letter of opposition that was sent on behalf of 3 landowners. Our client has had discussions, including this morning, with Ms. Kerbel to the south at 415 Russell Hill Road. And our client had made 2 commitments to Ms. Kerbel in respect of fence construction and pre- and post-construction surveys being performed by our client. Those aren't matters for conditions from the committee. But I will be curious if Ms. Kerbel is still speaking in opposition or not, given those commitments that our clients made. The letter of concern from 260, Madam Chair, at Warren Road, who's immediately to the rear, is in respect of trees that might be removed as part of any pool. And our client has indicated that they will certainly speak with that neighbor. There's no intention to remove those trees. And if there's any construction for the pool required in that area, they'll obviously work with the urban forestry in terms of any excavation. And our client also has spoken with the neighbor to the north at 419, who has not written in but expressed no concerns in respect of the application. The site plan that's up on the screen, Madam Chair, you can see in green the long existing home that's on the property today. that would be proposed for demolition. So the green outline indicates the existing length, which is 26.88 meters of the home. The red is the outline of the as of right. And I'm going to start, Madam Chair, just with the length and depth variances, because this is one of those files, and I've made this presentation to committee before, where any approval should be conditional on tying it to the site plan. It's because the length and depth variances, although as we note on page 3, there are numerous numerical equivalents within the neighborhood. They are length and depths that are tied to the underground garage. And so we would not want the length and depth variances deployed above grade. They would only then be deployed below grade if it was tied to the site plan. I did go through the plans, Madam Chair, to look at what the above grade length and depth measurements are. So for example, the ground floor measured from the front wall without any projections is 20.52 meters. There's then a 5.89 first floor projection for the family room at the rear. The second floor length, 20.93 meters. The third floor length, 15.35 meters. So the project does, in terms of building length and depth, decrease as it moves up through the 3 floors, but importantly, the length and depth that numerically appear in the notice are not tied to the above grade structure, but are in fact tied to the below grade garage. We've also included density numbers for you on slide 4, indicating again a wide variety of FSIs extending well above the 86.61 proposed by our client into the 90s, and in fact some that exceed 100 in the area. So numerically the FSI is not out of keeping in terms of what's in the neighborhood. I would note just quickly in terms of the wall height, because it's a very technical variance that we wanted to flag for you. Slide 5, there's no overall height variance, so we're within the permitted building envelope. The variance itself related to the main wall height is that if you exceed, so this is variance 14, if you exceed, you have to be 1.4 meters from the main wall heights and rear main wall heights. So 9.5 rear main wall heights, we've exceeded that, but the rear wall is 0.79 meters from the second story when it's supposed to be 1.4 meters. So it's not the height itself, it's the fact that the rear wall is at 0.79 from the back of the second floor wall at the rear and not 1.4. So otherwise it does meet the permitted building envelope. Some of the other variances, Madam Chair, just as I'm running down, we submit our technical in nature. If staff don't mind quickly putting up the site plan on page 2 again. There are canopy and porch variances at the front to allow for the aesthetic design of a front porch and an entryway to the garage. That limits the front yard setback, but the main structure itself complies with the front yard. So there are some variances on there, including also the stairs on the north that add to the list of variances, but we submit are quite technical in nature. That's the overview, Madam Chair. I'm happy to answer questions now or wait to hear from the speakers and take your questions at that time.
Okay, yeah, we should wait, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll begin with the owner at 410 Russell Hill Road.
My name is Glenn Christie. I'm at 410 Russell Hill Road. This property is pretty well across the street from the subject property. I want to thank you for the opportunity to make our objections to this application known to the committee. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and 3 other homeowners affected by this application. Barbara Kerbel, who was mentioned by the preceding speaker is one of the people I'm representing, so she's had discussions with the architect this morning. I'm not aware of those discussions. We fully recognize that a new home will be built on this empty lot that resulted from a recently demolished home. We further recognize that the architect, Richard Wengel, has designed a beautiful, classic home. We have no objection to the aesthetic design. What we do object to are the dimensions of the proposed structure. It is simply too big for the lot. As noted in the application, there are 15 requested variances, most of which cannot be described as minor, not even close to being minor. Two examples. The proposed coverage is almost 87%, and the bylaw is 35%. That's about 2.5 times the bylaw. The proposed length of the house is 34.34 meters, and the bylaw is 17 meters. Here again, that's double the bylaw. So again, hardly minor, and there are 13 more variances that reflect the sheer size of the proposed home. Also, while not listed as a variance, the homeowner at 415 Russell Hill Road, that's owned by Barbara Kerbel, mentioned before, that's lot 81. Immediately south of the subject property, lot 80 is concerned about the lot line. The application states that the legal description of 417, the subject property, is lot 80 and part of lot 81. So how much of the proposal is going to infringe on Barbara Kerbel's property? It may be something that a survey could further explain, but it's, again, not noted as a variance. I'm sure the architect has documented, I think that the proposed variances are consistent with other approved applications across the Forest Hill neighborhoods. We, the concerned neighbors, are asking the committee to direct the architect and owner to reduce the size of the footprint and to judge this application based on the integrity of the bylaws, or why have them? Otherwise, this application exercise is simply a colossal waste of everyone's time, including this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Any question to this speaker? Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak to this item? See none? Okay. We will now at this time unmute Jerry Gia at 419 Russell Hill Road.
Oh, hey. Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gia. We can't hear you. Can you raise your volume, speak into your mic?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Just a little bit louder.
Yeah. Is this better?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, so yeah, my name is Jerry Gia, and I'm the homeowner for 419 Russell Hill Road. We don't have any major objections to this plan. We only have some minor concerns. So number one is shoring wall installation. So currently, after the demolishment of the old property, there's a giant pit right next to our property. So as this construction is going to dig even deeper than the older house, we are somewhat afraid that it would damage our foundation. The second issue is on tree protection. So there is a line of cedar saplings between the property line. It's between our backyard and the neighbor's backyard. As this property is going to be very close, I think it's like 0.97 meter or something like that. We are afraid that would damage the root system to the saplings. So we want some sort of guarantee that if any of the trees are damaged, they will be replaced. And also on the plan, we noticed that there are a lot of what seems like AC unit that's placed very close to our lot. I think 4 of them. So if it is possible, we would like to see some of those AC units to be moved to other parts of the lot rather than right next to our property. So yeah, that's all.
So are you at 419? That's why you're bothered by this AC units? Is it?
Yeah. So I'm at 419 Russell Hill. The
Yeah.
AC unit, yeah, I'm the northern neighbor.
Okay, thank you, yeah. Okay, thank you. Any question to this speaker? Okay, next then.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll now unmute Barbara Kerbel.
Miss Barbara Kerbel, and I am at 415 Russell Hill Road.
Yeah, 415.
I have been talking to the neighbor this morning, and I sent emails last night. I do have some major concerns. At the moment, the house has been demolished, and there is a fence which is taken to the curbside of a driveway that for the last 36 years that I've lived in the house has been an easement and has been a way for me to go around the side of my house and let the window cleaner clean the windows, etc., etc. And now they will be, because they're doing a circular driveway and having an underground garage, their fence will actually come to that curb, and I no longer will be able to walk down the side of my house, which, as you can imagine, is a terrible inconvenience. There's also a tree on my property which is dying. I actually have an arborist coming tomorrow because they've knocked down several trees down the side of their garden, and my tree, because it was on my side of the garden, has during the demolition received damage to the roots, and it's rather an old tree, a beautiful tree, and it's beginning to lean over my side and has lost a lot of its major branches. So this morning I did try to negotiate with this morning and last night to negotiate to try and have a way for me to walk down the side of my house. They have told me that they would allow me entry, but that involves finding them. They have a cottage up on the weekend, and they go up to during the summer, and they have property in Florida, which they spend the winter at. So reaching them, as you can imagine, is not going to be easy if, God forbid, there's some kind of emergency on the side of my house. So I actually sent an email this morning to ask for a deferment of this meeting in order for me to consult with a municipal lawyer and to have a proper survey done of my home so that I can deal with this matter in greater depth. I assume you didn't get my deferment request because you haven't mentioned it.
Do we have the, I don't, yeah, I'm not aware of your deferral requests. I'm sorry. Yeah. Do anyone?
Well,
yeah.
it was sent in this morning.
Oh, this morning.
Through you, Madam Chair, if it's sent in this morning, then it was too late.
Yeah, we already started the hearing.
I didn't get, the reason it was late was unfortunately not my fault. It was due to the fact that the neighbor was delaying giving me answers to questions I was asking.
Mm-hmm. I will get the applicant to respond to that, and what kind of accommodation they're willing to make in terms of discussion. Yeah. That's all.
Sorry?
I will, later on, when the applicant comes back, I will ask, I will deter your question or your request to him and see what he will say about further discussions with you.
Okay. I mean, I'm not asking for a 3 months deferment. I just need a week to speak to my lawyer and sort out this mess.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, next speaker.
Through you, Madam Chair. Any questions for this speaker? Or
yeah.
No further questions? Okay. And then we will unmute Elaine Freeman at 409 Russell Hill Road.
Oh, hello. I have nothing to add beyond what has been expressed already. My primary concern is the size of the property that seems somewhat excessive in relation to our block and in relation to the lot itself. It's primarily, it seems to exceed what should be acceptable in this area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any question to this speaker? Yeah,
So
have you finished?
That's my primary concern.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Yeah, you do have some more time. Yeah, you can have your partner to speak. Yeah.
It's okay. I think that's my primary concern, and I support any of the concerns of Barbara Kerbel.
Oh, okay. Do you guys have any questions? No. Okay. No questions.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can call back the agent.
Thank you. Mr. Brunswick, can I ask you to address that one issue first about from 415 about asking for a little discussion or deferral? Can you respond to that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I learned of the potential deferral request, frankly, after I was last in front of you when I phoned my client, and my client indicated that there may be a suggestion for a deferral. I have not seen the deferral request, and my instructions, Madam Chair, are not to consent to deferral. And I don't mean to sound harsh with that. It's because the issues that I understand are being discussed don't actually relate to the variances in the proposal. They relate to where a replacement fence might be constructed. And I understand my client has put something in writing to Ms. Kerbel about replacing the fence in its current location. I also understand Ms. Kerbel has a concern about a valid concern about potential construction-related damage issues, and to that end, my client, I know in writing, has committed to doing pre- and post-construction surveys so that it can be monitored, so that if anything does occur, it's documented that it would be my client's responsibility to fix it, and I understand that was put in writing to her. I appreciate that she may want to review that, but I don't think additional time in terms of the variances will help with that. And those were the concerns as I understood them, Madam Chair. Mm-hmm. I also heard Mr. Christie suggest there's a concern with the legal description. I would simply say to the committee, there's no construction on Ms. Kerbel's property. I think that's probably a technical matter to how parts on a plan ultimately translate into lots. So that the fact is that there's a description that includes part of Lot 81, there's no aspect of Ms. Kerbel's site that is being included as part of this proposal. There's certainly no construction being proposed on her site as well. So a lot of that, Madam Chair, are private matters. I heard Mr. Gia too. I'll make sure I alert my client to speak to him as the neighbor to the north about any concerns he's got about shoring and excavation. And similarly, it's likely in everyone's interest if there's a desire to do pre- and post-construction surveys. I also heard him about the row of, I think they were cedar saplings are shown on the plans that are on his property. Obviously, they are on his property, they're his, and any damage to them would be my client's responsibility. And I think the excavation is such that there won't be damage to them. But obviously, we'll have further discussions with him. I don't think he had previously raised the matter of the air conditioning units with my client, but again, that's something not related to the variances, but my client can talk to him about. So a lot of those responses, frankly, were related to private matters unrelated to the variances. The one thing I would simply say in response to Mr. Christie is, I think as this committee well knows, variances are not a mathematical exercise. The degree of a variance and have a significant impact, or it can have a larger percent of change and actually have very minimal impact. I think we're in the second case here, Madam Chair, where numerically the variances, as he notes, okay, the length is doubled, but that's the underground structure. It's not the above grade structure for the dwelling itself. And in any event, we've shown how mathematically those variances, in fact, been approved by the Committee of Adjustment in this neighborhood of similar lengths and depths. Same with the FSI. Similar mathematical variances for FSI have been approved in this neighborhood. We've pulled the decisions and we've included them on the maps that you have in front of you. I think the primary question for you is from a qualitative perspective, how those numbers are then deployed in a massing that Mr. Christie actually praised as being a great aesthetic and a beautiful design. I would submit to this committee, and I'm happy to answer questions about that in fact, there's no evidence of negative impacts. Planning staff have reviewed and have not raised any concerns. Ms. Kerbel is raising valid concerns about implementation matters, but not about the structure itself. And so I would simply say the evidence in front of you, I think, leads to authorizing the variances. I would say, again, there should be a condition of approval that would tie it to the site plan to ensure that those length and depth variances are not deployed anymore at the rear, but that the numeric matters I gave you for the first floor, second floor, third floor, that the house that is presented is the house that is built. Other than that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Mm-hmm. You have a question? Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if staff could just pull up the site plan.
The revised one, right? The
revised, it's part of the presentation materials. Looking at that one. Yeah, I think that's it. Mr. Brodsky, I was just wondering, the underground portion of this proposed structure, how far back does it go? I'm just trying to visualize.
Yes.
Is the garage portion below the covered terrace or below, further back to almost to the edge of the pool?
Through you, Madam Chair, it does go further back. You'll see on that site plan, there's a green area. It says area equals 932.64 square meters. So that green area, you'll see the black arrow extends to what would be the, I'm always directionally challenged, the eastern edge of that. That's the extent of the below grade. That triggers the 34.34 length. The length, just to give you where it starts from, is from the porch projection at the western side, and it's to that eastern edge of that green area. That's the 34.34. So you can see it does extend beyond the house, which is why in some respects it is deceiving when it comes to what the above grade massing actually is.
Just this out of curiosity again, again on the site plan, you've got the red dotted line permitted building envelope. When I look at just the plan that I'm looking at now, if I visualize the basement, the underground structure, it's almost double the size of the permitted building envelope, just visually looking at it. Would I be sort of correct to say that?
No, absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. That's, Mr. Christie noted to you the double, the length variance, the 17 meters. It's roughly 34 meters. It is double. It is below grade, but for certainly from a mathematical perspective, absolutely it's double.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Yeah, Ms. West.
To you, Madam Chair, would you please repeat the length and depth of the property above the ground? I know you mentioned it, but I just missed writing it.
I'm going to break down I'll start at the ground. I'm going to break it into two parts. There's what I would call the main portion of the dwelling is 20.52. That excludes the porch area. So it's from the main wall to the rear main wall. That number, though, I don't want to mislead the committee, that doesn't include the ground floor extension for the family room. So the ground floor extension for the family room is 5.89 meters. So the ground floor is slightly longer at 29 meters, but the main portion is 20.52. When you come up to the second floor, it's same number above on the second floor. With some architectural projections, it's technically measured at 20.93, but it's basically that same volume. And then the third floor is 15.35 meters.
So the ground floor 25.2, second floor 20.93, and third floor 15.35. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the number, these are the lengths, correct?
Correct.
And the length that is permitted is 17.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first one is I heard in one of the presentations saying that you have already removed some trees in the backyard. You already got a permit to do that? Is that?
Madam Chair, I have not been directly involved in that. My understanding is that they did get a demolition permit from buildings. I think I think in the interest of time, and I think the reason they had that was through building permit plans for a compliant replacement structure, and I think they have removed some trees as part of that with tree permits and some trees that would not be regulated, for which no permits would be required. My understanding is the work that's been done on the site has been done with full knowledge of the city and with appropriate permits.
Okay, you did have a demolition permit.
That is my understanding.
And the remove of the trees, you do believe that you can remove all those trees? Some of them do not require a permit, right? That's what your answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the second thing is, when you look at the proposed site plan, it seems that there's some large trees going. I do not know how large. So significant trees going to be removed. But is there any replacement for this, or potential replacement for some of these?
Yes, Madam Chair, so I'd say a couple of things. The major trees proposed for removal are at the west edge of the dwelling or at the front, where there would likely have to be removals in any event for any type of structure, even if as of right. There are two more significant trees in the front, one on our client's property, one on 419 to the north. The driveway has been designed to minimize intrusions into those tree protection zones. Mm-hmm. There are some protrusions, but urban forestry has not recommended refusal and has got the standard conditions, so those trees would be maintained. As you come to the back next to Ms. Kerbel's property, there's a tree on her property that you can see there at the rear, where the dwelling's actually been the ground floor extension has been set back a little bit to minimize any type of intrusion into her tree protection zone there, so that tree would be kept. There's a tree further to the east in the rear that would be kept. The trees that the neighbor at 260 had expressed a concern about keeping in respect of the pool, you can see that right now they're proposed to be kept. So there is a fair amount being kept, although there are some being removed, and there will be replantings required as part of the urban forestry permit process for anything that's removed with an urban forestry permit.
But you said that you already got permission, or at least partial permission, to remove all these trees.
Yeah, my understanding, Madam Chair, any tree that's on the site that has been removed to date either did not require a permit or a permit was received.
I see. That's the next question is, you have this front driveway. Is it paved with permeable material?
Madam Chair, my instructions are that absolutely, if a condition was imposed for permeable paving for the driveway, it would be accepted. I double-checked with the architect this morning that that could be accommodated.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. So anyone have any questions? Yeah, so, no, sorry, no, you already spoken, I think, right? We can't bring in anyone to speak now, right? We can't. No. There's someone in the audience.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, through the process, we can't, right? Because the agent has rebutted, and you're asking questions of the agent.
Yes, yeah. Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, no more questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions. We are in committee now.
Maybe I'll start the conversation. I have to agree with a couple of maybe I think one or two of the folks in opposition who had indicated or suggested that, this is excessive. And from my perspective, I have to say that it's what can't be seen sometimes that is problematic for me. As I asked the agent, Mr. Bronskill, about the depth of the house, literally to the back pool. And if you take the pool as well, you've got more depth there. So the excavation involved is quite incredible. So it's what can be seen and what cannot be seen that, from my perspective, is very, very excessive. I understand that this is a large lot, but I find some of the asks are a bit too much. The front driveway as well, for example, if this is a new build, there's no reason why you can't meet the front landscape requirements. So I do find, in general, this is quite excessive. I'd like to hear from my colleagues to see what they have to add.
I'll just add, I'm sitting on the fence right now about it. I think I take what Mr. Bronskill said about quite a lot of the depth being underground. And so I see that it won't have the same visual impact or on sight lines or sunlight or things like that. But even still, the depth is quite significant even on the ground level. I'm a bit torn. I'm a bit torn. It does seem like a big project, but I do appreciate that some aspects of the way it's designed really do take how it's going to immediately impact the neighbors and mitigate. So I don't know. I'm still thinking. I'd like to hear also if anyone else has anything to say.
Of course, we'd like to hear Ms. West's comment too.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. I also have problem with the length and depth, but when I get an explanation, depth of 25, excluding the porch is 20, can be acceptable, but on the other hand, FSI, which have been proposed, is more than two times the requirement. That is my concern, but I understand that the applicant explained that because the majority of the length is under the ground, so it doesn't have visual impact on the neighbor, it doesn't block sun, and as it goes to the third floor, it's just actually third floor complies with the depth and length of the requirement. But I still have a problem with the FSI.
My take is this, we see a lot of large house in this area, And a lot of times, because the neighbors also want to build as large, and then they do have some kind of support, even though it might exceed many variances or allowed. But in this case, I only hear they might have one support, and there are also the quite numbers of oppositions. It means that for this kind of pushing the envelope, almost every single, in terms of massing, all the side setback, front yard setback, and rear yard setback is pushing the envelope, right? And the length is of that. I do not agree that everything underground does not matter. It does matter in terms of environmental issues. I mean, if all the lots has been dug up and then filled with concrete, that will create environmental impact too. So we call this like iceberg housing. It does have a future impact. But I think that if you're pushing your development to that degree, if there are enough community support, I will be on the applicant's side. But since that it seems that it's not desirable in the neighborhood, and it's cumulatively, it is when you look at every single thing, they will push to the almost everything to the limit. So, and I agree with the new driveway. If they can, it's a new build. If they only a little bit, or the landscaping too, if they can meet that, it's a willingness to actually meet some of that. But I don't see it here.
Also, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to add that transportation had no concern about this driveway and haven't give us any report. And also, the applicant would like to just build the driveway with permeable pavers, so that might help. Mm-hmm. And then we also heard a lot of comments regarding the trees that the forestry will deal with it. We have a condition of forestry number 2 and 3. Mm-hmm. Just a comment.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, all that adding together is that almost every front that they will test the limit of in my opinion. And if you do that, you should get some support from a larger, from more neighbors. then it is more. Then it will be a more desirable development. Don't think.
And considering, through you, Madam Chair, and considering the fact that one of the neighbors requests for deferral, and the reason they asked for deferral, as the agent explained, is not something that even we grant deferral, they can just resolve those things. We can ask the agent one more time that.
I'm not going to do that. But my point is this: you're pushing it like this. What I'm seeing it, whether I look at it or the whole development meeting the 4 tests, whether it's minor or whether it's desirable. I go back to the basics. That's all. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate what Ms. West said. I'm too, so would you like to have a motion, or Mr. Bayer?
Yeah, I just have a little comment, and then I'll put forward a motion and see where it lands. I always find the excesses that we see, and it always comes back to what we're seeing environmentally now. One of the challenges always is if there's excessive excavation, it does add to carbon release, which when it's necessary, yes. If it's not necessary, or from my perspective, not necessary, I think that's a question that always have to come back to. I just find this is an excessive ask. Some of the variances are quite excessive. And again, I come back to what we can see and what we don't see. So this is an application that I find very difficult to approve. So I'd like to perhaps move a motion and see where it lands, to move a motion to refuse this application.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone wants to second that motion? Is to refuse.
Okay, I'll second that.
Mr. Wilkins will second.
I'll just add my comment. The more I thought about it, and including what you said, Madam Chair, in terms, I think the general intent and purpose of the length bylaws does include respecting some of those. The reason we include what's underground is also because that you're right, it does play a role in that did factor in why the bylaw is designed that way. And so going double, I think you can't say that it respects the intent of the bylaw.
Okay, so we have a second to that motion, and all in favor of that motion? And 3-1, Ms. West dissent. Yeah, yes, 3. Refuse. Thank you, it's refused. Next item is number 12, is 474 Euclid Avenue. This application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached from a residential unit in 3 residential units, which are going to be a triplex, and by constructing first, second, third-story addition, and to construct a rear ground floor deck and rear second and third-story balconies and a basement walkout. The existing 1-story auxiliary building will be partially demolished and be reduced in size. They are asking for 3 variances. On this file, we receive a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 8 photographs of trees, and we have comments from transportation engineering. We have support from 3 signatures from Euclid, and 2 signatures from Manning, and 4 signatures from Euclid received later, and 7 petitions also signed in Euclid. The one concern letter from 474 Euclid.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bamdad Ben Baghdadi from BBA Design Studio, Inc. I'm the architect and applicant for this application before you today. The address is Unit 213 at 18 Somerset Way in North York, Toronto.
Okay. Since you do not have any opposition, I'm going to check with the panel whether they want to have a presentation from you or not. We have studied all the materials submitted. Okay. No from you, not from you. No, we do not.
I actually
you
have one.
do? Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Wilkins.
But because
Right now, do I understand correctly, there's 4 residential units, and it's going to be...
You do not need a presentation, but you'd like to ask questions, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, please. We're going to go into questions right now. Okay. Yeah, just let him know. Okay. All right, go
Sorry
ahead,
about that.
please. Yeah.
So my question is, am I right in understanding there's going to be, there's 4 residential units now, and it's going to become 3? Are there 4 tenants now?
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. This is a non-conforming building with 4 units. So the terminology that building department uses is when it's not legal or the building department doesn't have any record of it, they treat this as a single family dwelling. So technically we are converting from 4 non-conforming units to 3 legal units. But in terms of the building department, we are converting from a single family dwelling to a triplex.
Okay, and how many tenants are there now?
At the time that we attended the site and measured, there was 1 tenant in the basement and 1 tenant on the ground floor. Based on my understanding, the basement tenant now lives on the 2nd floor, and I'm not sure if the tenant in the 1st floor is still there or they moved out.
And so does this project require relocation of tenants?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, more questions, please. No. Yeah, Ms. West.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair, I don't have a question, but because we have opposition, I'm not sure if we need a presentation. No, we don't. Okay.
We don't have.
No, just a quick confirmation.
I thought we don't have opposition.
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't have any registered speakers for this item.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, so are we finished with the questions? Okay, we don't have any more questions. We are committee now. Yeah. Let's go. I can start with, okay, Ms. West, I didn't see your hand. Yeah.
So if there is no other question from my colleague, I'm ready to put forward a motion.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, then I put forward a motion to approve this application. And just for the record, transportation had no concern. And with no condition.
There's no condition. Your motion is to approve with no conditions.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone, 1 second? Mr. Wilkins, a second. All in favor with no conditions. Unanimously approved. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, committee. Thank you.
Yeah. So the next item is 38 Glen Ames. Is how you use Ames. This is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a second-story addition and a rear second-story balcony and a front yard retaining walls and steps. They are seeking 3 variances, and on this we receive a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevations, 9 photographs, and 3 photographs of the tree, and a staff report from within natural feature protection, and support from 36 Glen Ames.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online. No registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute David Smith.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of committee. My name
We can't hear you too well. Can you speak into your microphone, please?
yeah, how about that? Is that better?
More to a little bit louder, please. Yeah.
How about that?
Yes.
Is that any better?
It's better than before. Yeah. Let's go see whether it will work. Yeah.
Seems to be a lot of microphone problems today. So my name is David Smith. I'm here representing the homeowners at 38 Glen Ames Avenue. I think this application is quite straightforward. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. My address is 401 Craven Road here in Toronto.
Yes. We do not have any registered speaker besides the agent. Okay. Do you want a presentation or you want to go into questions right away? Yeah. We do not need a presentation from you. We're going into questions now. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Byett, there.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one quick question, and it's probably self-explanatory, but variance number 3, is that an existing circumstance that you have?
It is, yes. It's an existing condition.
Sorry, having difficulty here.
Yes, it is.
Yes?
It's an
Okay.
existing condition, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we do not have any more questions. We have gone through all the material submitted. Do you have anything you want to address the panel before we get into discussion?
I think it's very straightforward and easily meets the 4 tests.
Okay, so we are in committee now. Okay, Ms. West.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I agree with the applicant. We're having 3 variants. All of them are minors, and therefore I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
Okay, second, Ms. Byett, Mr. Byett, second, all in favor, approve with no conditions. Unanimously approved. Thank you very much. The next is 269 Brunswick Avenue. This is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling, a 4+, and with a front ground floor porch, and as well as a front, rear balconies. And a third floor balcony and construct a two-story auxiliary building containing 1 Laneway Street, and they asking for 11 variances. And we receive a survey site plan, 4 plan elevations, 4 photographs of the property, and also a tree protection plan from the agent. Opposition, we have on Brunswick, we have 2 addresses from Brunswick, and also we receive opposition from Harvard Village Residents Association, and also we receive opposition from 271 Brunswick.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker here in person.
Okay.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent. Ali?
Hi.
Hi, yeah. Can you, since you have opposition, can you give us a brief presentation, and can you tell us your name and address for a record thing?
Hello to you, Madam Chair, and the committee members. My name is Ali Shams. I am an architect and the applicant for this project.
Sorry, we can hardly hear you. Can you speak closer to your mic or louder?
Yes. Is it better now?
A little bit more. Louder, I mean. Yeah.
Can you hear me well now?
Yes, it's much better. Okay, go ahead.
So, my name is Ali Shams, and my address is 1100 Shepherd Avenue East, Suite 309, Toronto, Ontario.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I believe this proposal for construction of a 3-story fourplex dwelling and a 2-story laneway suite at the back of the lot is minor in nature. All the variances are precedented and meet all 4 tests. The requested variances are essential for the development of the well-functioning building. We initially requested 11 variances for development of both dwellings. Recently, we received communications from the planning department requesting us to revise the front yard landscaping and access to the basement. With the revisions we made to the drawings and specifically the front porch and the front yard landscaping, we are going to remove 3 variances from the list, and we'll improve 2 more variances. I also wanted to bring to your attention that the building will be constructed as a rental unit, and upon completion will contribute to the solution for the affordability crisis and shortage of rental units in the city of Toronto. So I would request the application to be approved. And that's my presentation, and I am now open to questions and would like to give more details on the merits of this application if asked. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have one question before we hear the opposition. Is that there was in one of the opposition letters, there's a request for deferral. Are you aware of it, or you already talked to this particular neighbor?
Yes, I received and I read the letter, the objection letter. The neighbor to the north, I guess, is requesting to defer the application. I don't want to defer this application as I have received the notice, public notice. They are claiming that they haven't received the notice, but all of the parties involved in this application, including the owner, the applicant, which is me, and other neighbors have received this notice, but they are claiming that they haven't received the notice. I'm not open to deferral of this application.
You don't agree to it, right? Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, at this time, I'll call up the owner at 271 Brunswick Avenue.
Mm-hmm. Hi.
Great.
Welcome.
Dorothea Goth, 271 Brunswick Avenue.
Yes.
Good morning. Slide 1, please.
Okay.
We request a deferral,
Yeah.
and the reasons are the following. We never received a written notice. City told me the notice was sent to another person at another address. Even more troubling, committee staff disputed our ownership of 271 Brunswick and blamed us that the notice was not sent to us. I have documentation of all of this here. I confirmed with Toronto Revenue that I and my husband, Ulrich Tepas, are listed as the owners and have the documentation here. I asked the Committee of Adjustment to please correct its records. Reason number 2.
Oh, can I stop that? I want to understand what you just said.
Yeah.
You are the owner of 271?
Yes, I'm the resident and owner of 271.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on. Thank you.
Okay. Reason number 2, the public notice sign was not accessible or readable. After I reported this, the sign was moved to the curb in the afternoon of May 27, less than 9 days before the hearing instead of the required 10. There was no consultation at any time with the neighbors, so thank you for considering a deferral of this case.
Oh, I see. So the sign was not there when it's supposed to be?
There was a sign, but it was posted very far away from the curb, so it was clearly not readable.
Oh, wait.
It was obstructed because the whole property is neglected and plants are growing all over the place. So the sign was clearly not visible from the street.
So it was not, or I don't know whether it's still there, it's not at the front of the address.
So it has been moved to the front after I complained.
Oh.
But this was on May 27th. So this was only 9 days before the hearing.
Oh, I have to deter that to our secretary, deputy secretary.
Through you, Madam Chair, you can, we can go back to the agent and ask them.
Whether they have to.
And if that's the case, then this should be an automatic deferral for improper notification.
Yeah. Okay, let's bring back the agent.
Excuse me.
Yes.
So do I have a chance to ask questions later from this?
If it's automatic, no. If it's automatic deferral because improper notice, we cannot ask questions. Yeah, we have to deal with that first. Can we bring back the agent to respond to this situation? Yeah.
Yeah, the notice was posted on the front door, but after we received a communication from the city requesting to relocate the sign, we relocated the sign immediately, which I believe it was 9 days before the meeting. So I think they have enough time, as we see you have received the objection letter to review the application. So I think we acted in time, 9 days, because the notice should be posted 10 days before the application hearing. Originally it was posted maybe 2 weeks before the hearing on the front door, but after the complaint we received from the city, we relocated the sign to the front yard, and it was 9 days before the meeting.
Oh, I see. The relocation happened on the 9 days, but before that it was obscure, right? You agree that it was obscure, and
it was not obscured. It was posted on the front door. Absolutely, the front yard is much more visible, but it was not obscured when posted on the front door.
Oh, so it was. So I will deter this to our deputy secretary treasurer to make to guide us on this one. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, if the sign is not legible from the sidewalk, then we would have to err on the side of caution of that it's not proper notification.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, thank you for the advice. So there we go.
Can I add something?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid we are in committee now to decide on. Yeah, I think I have to agree with Deputy Secretary Treasurer advice because it is a fairness and technical fairness. They should have the proper notice.
Through you, Madam Chair, what I can suggest is that if this gets deferred today, that we can put it back onto hearing for one of our July hearings, use their time to consider revisions.
Mm-hmm. I only want to suggest that since there may be the lady is here, she says she hadn't really received even letter of notice, so maybe it's a chance that you can work with some neighbors and make sure that they know what's going on. That's all I can. Yes.
Yes, and then I agree with deferral, but if you may let me, I just want to ask or raise two questions while the neighbors is here.
Yes.
The 271, correct? I just, through you, Madam Chair, when I was looking at this application, what I highlight is that the variance number 1, that this new dwelling designed to be located at 0 meter from the north lot line means whatever they propose is actually, because your existing building, you have a little bit of space from the north between these buildings, right?
There's a 70 centimeters walkway, and in the area of the windows, there's a little bit more. But the situation is that right now, the back of the house is only 1 story tall. So now we turn this into 3.5 story tall building, which means basically we have a huge wall in front of our windows. And so I think that a 45 centimeter setback will make actually a huge change.
Correct.
Regarding the light level.
Yes, that's what's my concern, because even with 1 story, you have still 45 centimeter distance, but with this proposal is 0. So that was one of the things that I flagged. And also, because of that, then you will also have the balcony have 0, and then we have later on roof eaves. So I find those are the things that was questionable for me the most. And I had some other concerns, but I just want to ask you if those also.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Ms. West. You can state your concern in terms of the variances. I do not think that you should discuss details with the opposition right now because it's been deterred.
I just
I don't think that is fair in this situation because it's been deferred, and we only would like your particular concern so that the applicants can go back and work with your concern, not in this after discussion with opposition.
Yes, thank you very much. So I thought if this is an opportunity for the applicant to go back, so I thought I just ask
that's why
the
state
neighbors.
your concern, yeah, please.
Yes, so, but thank you very much for letting me speak. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So we want to see, so since they have some time to work on it, so you want to get some improvement or revisions or something?
Do we need a motion to defer?
After, because then yeah, I will ask for that motion.
Maybe I'll throw my 2 cents worth in as well. Is that there are a lot of variances, 11 of them, as we know. And I think my colleagues just noted a couple of the variances where we've got 0 setback, 0 meter setbacks. I think those are ones that the applicant may want to revisit.
Yeah, okay.
And come back hopefully with some adjustments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. Because I do not know the detail, I'm not going to get into it, but a lot of times that sometimes they state it's new, but actually it's not new because they were built on top of the foundation or existing foundation. It depends how much of the existing house you tear down, right, to classify as new. But anyway, that's the detail. So we need a motion to defer this. Ms. West, please. Yeah.
Yes. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to defer the application so that the applicant have enough time to post the proper notice on the property in a way that it's been visible from the sidewalk.
Yes. Anyone second?
Hold on, through you, Madam Chair, and to make certain revisions to the application?
Yes.
Regarding their variances?
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yeah. Second, Mr. Wilkins, second. Yeah. All in favor for the deferral? And yep, defer. So next item 15 is 2050 Bloor Street West. For this, they want to convert the existing ground floor unit is 203 within the existing two-story commercial building from a retail to an eating establishment, a restaurant. They're seeking for 2 variances, and we received a survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, 3 photographs of the property, and a cover letter from the agent, and decision that is affecting the property.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker here in person. At this time, we'll unmute Tyler Hamilton.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Your
Good
name
afternoon,
and
through the
address.
chair. My name is Tyler Hamilton. I'm a registered professional planner with FOTIM Planning and Design in Kingston. The address is 4 Cataraqui Street, Suite 315. I did prepare a presentation. However, if there's no opposition, I'm happy to answer any
No,
questions.
there
at this time.
there's one opposition in person. He's here. So you better give us a very brief presentation. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the the site is 2150 Bloor Street. Today we're asking for 2 variances. One is to increase the interior floor area from 400 to 498 square meters. And the other one is to increase the gross floor area for takeout eating establishments from 200 to 490 square meters. In relation to the policy context, and I'm just going to speak to the 4 tests right now. The site is designated mixed-use areas within the city official plan, and in these areas, commercial uses are intended. More specifically, this application in particular is consistent with the findings of the Bloor Street Avenue study, which aligns with the avenue designation within the official plan as well. The proposal represents a minor increase in the maximum permitted floor area of an eating establishment adjacent to a residential zone. And the site is sufficiently buffered to the residential uses to the north, which is associated with the variance to bylaw 569/2013. With regards to the intent or whether or not the general intent of the zoning bylaw is maintained, I'm going to speak to both variances individually to begin. So with regards to requesting relief from section 12 to 2057 of former bylaw 43886, the exception CR 978 zone, which is what has implemented this restriction on the 200 square meter requirement, was established 25 years ago, and since then the surrounding area and economic context of the area has changed quite significantly. And more notably, the density surrounding the area along Bloor Street has increased to the point where it can now support a wider range of businesses in the vicinity. And given these significant changes, the particular regulation no longer reflects the current neighborhood context, and in my professional opinion, is inconsistent with the contemporary zoning standards established within the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 569/2013. So to speak more to how the new zoning bylaw 569/2013, within the new zoning bylaw, we are restricted to a maximum of 400 square meters of cumulative interior floor area. And for this variance, we are requesting an additional 98 square meters. The intent of this is to utilize an existing vacant retail space within an existing commercial use. This unit has been vacant for quite some time now, and it is my professional opinion that it is now time for us to reflect kind of the intent of the findings of the Bloor Street Avenue study to align with the zoning. Whether or not this is, then just speaking to test 3, whether or not this is minor in nature, the proposed variances are required due to an existing floor area of a vacant unit. The overall impact of the variances will be fairly minor in nature, if any, to the streetscape. All that is proposed at this time would be a minor sign, just to indicate that there is going to be a new takeout eating establishment within the building. It's going to be an interior conversion. We're not doing anything to any of the additional units. We are essentially making use of what is there currently. Similarly, we don't anticipate any impacts to the public realm, such as shadowing, increased vehicular traffic, as when we examine everything cumulatively, we don't anticipate there to be any real impact to the streetscape or the existing area. And then whether or not this is desirable for the lands in question, it is my professional opinion that the requested variants are required to facilitate the conversion of a vacant commercial unit within a larger commercial building to permit a takeout eating establishment. Given that this site is located within distance to the Runnymede PMTSA, so just a protected subway station. This is an area that's intended for future growth.
Your 5 minutes is up, so can you give us a quick summation, please?
Yeah, absolutely. It is, just to summarize everything here, the minor variance maintains the intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, and it is my professional opinion that the application is minor in nature and desirable for the area in question.
Thank you. Yeah. Any questions? We should hold our questions. I do have a question actually. After we hear the opposition, let's hear the opposition. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Nicholas Singh for the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. The application before us seeks to allow a dining venue to operate out of Unit 203, located within the large commercial building at 2150 Bloor Street West. The zoning examiner has identified this as being contrary to exception 78. At first glance, it was our intent to agree with the examiner and oppose the application. On further examination, however, we find that the purpose of the application fits in with the intent and purpose of the bylaw, and we're not opposing the application. However, in support of the application, the applicant has offered a professional opinion regarding the general intent and purpose of the bylaw that is misinformed. It was not implemented because of area density, so the change in area density has nothing to do with this. We wish to correct that, but as stated, we're not opposing the application. So the origin of the 200 square meter restriction on restaurants and foods-related establishments goes back to the 1990s, when Bloor West Village was a dry area, meaning it was prohibited to serve alcohol along Bloor Street at all. That prohibition went back to the annexation of the area known as the Triangle. Before the annexation, the prohibition was imposed in the Triangle to control the abuses that were suffered in this hard working class railroad area. So maintaining the prohibition was a condition for Toronto to annex the area. The annexation was done and the prohibition existed for many years. So the triangle area was north of Bloor Street and north of the village of Swansea. It was not until the 1990s that someone discovered that the prohibition only applied to the north side of Bloor Street and not to the Swansea side of the street. The result was that a number of liquor licenses were granted for the south side of the street. When a large postal depot at 2383 Bloor Street was vacated, an entrepreneur proposed a dining establishment for the entire space. The community was united in its opposition to the restaurant because of its size. And the Liquor Control Board, hearing that, at a standing room only hearing, refused the application. Following that, the bylaw was enacted to limit the size of the eating establishments, and particularly those that could apply for a liquor license. It was felt that this would help maintain the village character of the area with the mom and pop sized shops that were locally focused and would reinforce the character of the area. So the applicant's submission for the current application supposes that there have been significant changes and that the bylaw is redundant. This is false. Given all the revisions to the bylaws that have transpired since the bylaw was introduced, it has remained. And this bylaw has inspired a great variety of food and beverage venues that dot the full length of the character area, that is Bloor West Village. It is as important to the character of the village now as it was when it was introduced. So we're not opposed to this application because the application is for a unit of 400, is not for a unit of 498 square meters. It is for a unit that is under 200 square meters, according to the plans that were proposed, within a larger building under the one address of 2450 Bloor Street West. There are two other businesses here. It is not one venue. So as long as these units are not being combined, the application maintains the intent to keep each of these venues under 200 square meters. However, we are concerned that the application accumulates all of the GFA under one address. It is important that there be no mistake that all of the approved GFA can be used for one establishment. That would violate the intent of the bylaw. So as long as there is a condition that these units are separate and will not be combined to form an area over 200 square meters, then we do not oppose the application. Our position is consistent with the December 2019 TLAB settlement of the application for 2326 Bloor Street West, in which the owner applied and was approved for 430 square meters premises for a panini sandwich shop. The TLAB settlement provided for the premises to be subdivided into two separate areas, one for the hairdressing shop and one for the panini shop, which would be under 200 square meter limit. And this was in keeping with the requirements of the bylaw. So as long as that condition is there.
Yeah, you're right. You use up the 5 minutes. Just
thank you.
At the last sec. Thank you. Okay. So any question to this speaker first? No. Okay. Let's bring back the agent.
I'm here.
Yes. Actually, we're going to have some question for you too. Can you respond to the last speaker's concern?
Yes, absolutely. So just to kind of speak to 2150 Bloor Street as a whole, the speaker was correct. So there are actually two existing restaurants operating within the building already. There is a New York Fries and Harvey's, which is identified as the existing vacant unit on the left-hand side of the image that's currently being shown. And to the right, there's an existing Tim Hortons. These are both separate units. The intent of the application that has been provided to the committee today is to recognize the aggregate floor area for both the gross floor area and the interior floor area of all eating establishments within the building, as this is one address with multiple units within it. And this also goes back. So recently, the vacant unit, which is identified on the left-hand side of this plan that is currently shown, we went through a minor variance process to permit the New York Fries and Harveys that is in that unit. That was filed under file number A0040-23TEY. And as part of the decision that was approved by the Committee of Adjustment back in 2023, when we went through that process, we went through the same approach and did an aggregate of the floor areas at that point to recognize not that these, and I want to be very clear right now, not that these areas are to be combined together, but more so to recognize the cumulative floor area within the entirety of the building, even though at this time it is parsed into separate units.
Yes, actually, that was actually my question. Since the last speaker already raised this combined or individual units, I can actually understand this issue. What do you think if we were going to approve? Sorry, we will use your ground floor plan as conditions that is clearly shows these separate units. In the future, although the bylaws as stated is a much larger area, but if we tie it to your floor plans, at least if anything changes, anything would change, then you have to come back to committee. Do you think that will be a good solution? Yeah.
Just to answer that question, my understanding is that if we were to come back, if we were to do essentially an interior conversion that changes the floor plan from what is currently shown, then if we were to do that, then we are essentially contravening what the intent of our application was to begin with, which is what we've said at the outset is to maintain the existing area and do everything within the existing vacant unit. As identified within the planning cover letter that I prepared, we identified that the intent of the application is strictly for this unit and it's not to expand the uses within the unit. And I was quite direct in relaying that when addressing the proposed development within the planning application, within the planning cover letter that was provided as part of this application.
I understand. Yeah, which means that you do have if it's approved without the condition, you still have the feasibility of subdivide or rearrange the rest of the building, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any question to the applicant? But what if we have a condition to say that these individual units cannot exceed 200 square meters? Doesn't matter how they divide it, how they arrange it. It's just the overall maximum area for each unit. Does it work? I mean,
Is it possible to tie it to the boundary walls or I don't know what's the correct term, but just the walls instead of the floor plan, unless something?
No, you can. It's hard to describe that. That's why in the first suggestion is actually tied to the floor plan, which has got all the layout. But I think what he's saying that if he only applying for 203, which is under 200 square meters, but then they have still the flexibility of rearranging, you see. And then the association was worried that some of these will be exceeding the 200. So I think that maybe it's a middle compromise that each individual one cannot exceed 200. But it gives them the feasibility of.
Do we know for certain that all? I suppose we know for certain that all the existing.
Oh, the existing one, we do not know. That's why it's another complication. I do not know.
I do have an answer to that if I'm able to speak to the committee still.
Okay, so yeah, we do need some feedback here, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So the existing Tim Hortons has an approximate area of 227.6 square meters. The existing New York Fries and Harvey's has an approximate floor area of 169.5 square meters, and the proposed take-and eating establishment, which is going to be a Dickey's barbecue pit, will have an approximate floor area of 131.1 square meters. So in this situation, the Tim Hortons would already be in excess of the 200 square meters that's identified within the exception. Something I would like to flag as well is when this application came to the committee back in 2023, the committee did approve a maximum non-residential floor area for an eating establishment up to 464.13 square meters. The application that's before you today is only increasing that by approximately 25 square meters. And the reason why there's that discrepancy is that was due to essentially an architectural plan mistake that we have identified and corrected as part of this application. So going through this application, we've actually cleaned up and identified all the shortcomings that have come through previous decisions, and we've actually cleaned up the entire variance process through this application.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's a very good explanation. So we'll go back to committee. So I tried. It seems that I tried to have a compromise so that everybody, maybe two sides will be comfortable. It seems that it will pose a lot of restrictions if we do certain things that we do not know what it will imply for the business to right. So I think I tried, and I don't think I succeed.
Through you, Madam Chair, if you're going to tie it to a plan, it can be drawing number A-101 that just shows the area of this commercial unit.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right? The variance does speak to the size.
Mm-hmm.
So if they exceed that size, they have to come back to Committee of Adjustment.
Yeah, that's my comment. But then, as he explained, that's not what they limit. Then is what they're seeking is the feasibility to rearranging some of these spaces. If we tie it to the plan, then it would limit the ability to, if someone wants to have a bigger unit, but the aggregate is still what they're asking for. But it's the feasibility of the redistributing in terms of unit sizes. That I do not think
But it's only for the space that they're showing on their plans. For the 203.
Yeah. Currently, right? You're right. The one that they highlighted 203 is fine.
Yes.
But it's the west. He still want to have all the combined.
No, I know, but if you tie it to the floor plan A-101,
okay,
it just outlines that unit.
That unit without
referencing the other units.
Okay.
Because that's what this application is for unit 203, and that's in the purpose of application.
Yes, you're right.
So there won't be any other issues with the other units.
Yeah, I'm
because those are
overthinking
not
then,
before Committee of Adjustment.
Yes. Okay, yeah, that's reasonable, and I'm overthinking. I'm so sure. Yeah. Okay, I got it. So do we have a motion? And the drawing number. Yeah.
101, A-101.
A-101.
Yes, I mean, you can even do A-101A, and we can say, as it pertains only to Unit 203.
Yeah, that's
which is the subject of this application.
Yes. Good. That's a good motion.
Okay.
We still need a motion, yes. Ms. West.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application and tie it to the plan A-101A. The wording is probably what Madam Secretary Treasurer mentioned.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, it can say as it pertains to Unit 203, which is subject to this application.
Yes.
Yes, and second to that motion? Mr. Bayet, second. All in favor with that condition? Approve with that condition? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Item 16.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, can I just make an announcement? If anyone is here for the afternoon applications that are supposed to start at 2 p.m., we are still hearing our morning applications, and then the committee is breaking for lunch. So we won't be back until at least 3 p.m. Okay? So you can leave and then come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay. The next item, 16, is 548 Dovercourt Road. Is to construct a new two-story auxiliary building. It's a garage and a laneway street on top. And and also the existing auxiliary building will be demolished. They're seeking 3 variances, and we received a survey site plan for, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees, and we received a letter of interest or concern from 546 Dovercourt and opposition from 550.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 2 registered speakers in opposition for this application.
Okay.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent, Joel Gerber.
Hi, good afternoon. Joel Gerber of 23 Doncaster Avenue.
Yes. You have some oppositions here, so maybe you can give us a 5-minute presentation, please.
Yes, I'll endeavor to keep it as short and sweet as possible. Thank you. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair and committee. I'll start by addressing the 3 minor variances as noted in the zoning letter, and we'll conclude by addressing some of the neighbors' comments. There are 3 zoning variances noted in our planning letter of building length, width, and height. Please note that due to the generous size of the property, which is 30 by 200 feet, there's no FSI, lot coverage, or soft landscaping variances that we're requesting at this time. Please note that the stairs leading to the roof via an operable skylight have been removed and replaced with a fixed skylight. The original intent was to service the mechanical equipment, but to avoid added costs as well as the optics of future rooftop patio, the client elected to remove these from our project. The building length is proposed at 14.2 meters compared to the allowed 10 meters. Due to the generous property length, it was the client's intent to provide both vehicular and bicycle parking in the garage, as well as shower facilities on the ground floor for their personal use. The size of the second floor was intended to provide rental options for families, specifically a principal bedroom with ensuite that could accommodate a work-from-home office as well. These amenities may seem generous compared to many downtown urban properties and laneway suite projects, but given the size of the property, we had professionally felt that the impact to the neighborhood was fairly minor. The building width is proposed at 8.4 meters compared to the allowed 8 meters. It's important to note that the ground floor width is actually 0.8 meters narrower, or 400 millimeters less than the max width, because we had sculpted the ground floor to accommodate a covered walkway between the building, as well as to create an architectural massing that was a little bit more interesting than a box. The building height proposed at 7.05 meters compared to the permitted 6.3 was important to note that the site slopes over 0.5 meter towards the west laneway, and there's a bit of a grade shift. The initial planning of the ground floor intended to accommodate a car lift for the owner to maximize spatial efficiency, thus driving the ground floor a little bit higher than a typical residential flat. As well as the parapet was a little bit higher than normal to try to conceal the views of both the skylight and the mechanical equipment, and also contribute to sheltering some of the vibration noise. Very quickly, with regards to some of the main neighboring comments, please refer to our uploaded tree photographs in the rear yard tree protection on the proposed site plan. The property does have a wonderful amount of landscaping in the backyard, and our intention was to definitely preserve as much as possible, both to the benefit of the owner and to the adjacent neighbors. We currently are unfamiliar with the existing principal residence. To date, it's been outside of our scope, and as well as noted in the zoning letter, they have not reviewed the zoning of the principal residence. It's our experience that during the building permit phase post-committee, the building department will require that information, and we'll address that at that time. It's also and finally important to note or discuss the south elevation of our proposed building. There was some confusion, I think, between doors and windows. There's a fixed window into the garage to promote daylight to the space, which will be frosted for privacy. This is on the far left or the west side of the property. The middle opening is a swing door to provide bicycle access and efficient access into the garage. And then on the far right or the east side, that swing door is actually access to the mechanical room. And the original intent to provide the mechanical room access from the walkway was to avoid interrupting the tenant should any maintenance or mechanical issues be required of the landlord or the homeowner. That concludes my introduction. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We would like to hear the proposition, and we'll get back to you. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll call up the owner at 546 Dovercourt Road.
Thank you. Let me just see here. I just thank you very much for your time today. I want to actually be clear that we are very much pro laneway house on this site, but just this specific proposal has many concerns for us as neighbors, some of which were already mentioned by the applicant. I want to provide feedback on the 3 requested variances. So first, building length maximum permitted is 10 meters. Is permitted is 10 meters, but requested is 14.23. And the new building requested is supposed to be over 40% longer than should be permitted. There is a maple tree, which is actually listed as the smaller tree in the sort of further back into the property, number 2 on the plans, while number 1 is actually a weed tree. So the maple is actually doing much better than it was before a previous weed tree fell on it right after we bought the property. And now it's sort of standing up better, and we really want to preserve that tree. This is Dufferin Grove. It's 1 block over from Dufferin Grove. There's hawks that fly over here. We're already losing a number of trees from properties on Rusholme and further north in the laneway. And it's really important that we keep the properties nice. The applicant actually, or the agent for the applicant just mentioned that the property is 200 feet. Actually, this block is 195 feet. Everybody else's property is at least 195 feet. So I'm not sure where the 5 extra feet come from that this property gets, but I do think you can see it in the drawing here, because this isn't actually a good representation of the amount of green space that's going to be left on that property. And again, I totally agree, we totally agree that the property is large, but that's why these properties can still remain large and have large buildings on it. This property already has 1 very large building on it, and the next property they want to build is 260 square meters. So that's about the size of another large house. And like, if you know that block of Dufferin Grove, you know that what I'm saying is not an exaggeration. Sort of deviated from my writing here, but I do think it's my civic duty to protect these trees and this property. I really do. I see all kinds of animals here, and it's very important. I don't want to go overboard, but it's how I feel. We already lost 1 tree. I already said that. We purchased the property 7 years ago, and we've cleaned it up a lot. It was sort of unkempt before, and we've received lots of positive comments from our neighbors about how much improved the property is with the grass and plants that we've put in. In the 7 years that we've lived here, we've been friends and neighbors with the tenants from the main floor unit, who've all been families with children. And they very much make use of this awesome space, as you can see by their trampoline. the current family, the current family will be moving back to Europe, and their next family that's moving in has 3 children. They will be expecting a property with a large trampoline on it because they actually sell their properties and take over the property again. So I don't want to go into too much detail there, but another thing is that the tenants actually do not have right to park ever in this garage. This garage is only houses restaurant equipment for the owner's restaurant, as evidenced by, you can see in my photograph, like you can see tenant motorcycle parking is in the backyard. You can see the bike parking that was finally put in the middle of the tenant's barbecue patio. So now the table and the barbecue was actually moved to underneath a large tree, which would be a fire hazard. So the tenants can't use their barbecue anymore. I don't actually have a photograph of that, but I did just want to say it because I do think it speaks to the intent of the credibility of the landlord. So I have an issue with the height. I have an issue with the size, because the size of the property is actually going to take up that entire area of the trampoline. And now I want to get to a couple of other things, because in my drawing, I show you a nice picture of the laneway house up the street on a similar sized lot, and that is actually one that did not require a minor variance. I hope you'll have time to read my letter, even though I won't have time to speak to everything. And I just want to say as well, as the 548 Dovercourt already has 5 units. The owner does not live on site, and the intent of the use of the laneway was told to us by one of the tenants that it was going to actually be 3 units. Because the tenant hopes to live there in one of the 3. My husband spoke to the landowner about it.
5 minutes is up.
I know.
Can you just give us a quick summation?
Well, my husband spoke to the owner of the property, and he did not deny that they want to put three units in the Lane house. And what he did say was they tend to make a change. They won't do it now, but it will change later when the laws change. And I don't think that that is appropriate for this situation. I think that we just need to have a regular sized laneway house on that property, and that's actually the kind of property size that actually accommodates a laneway house in Toronto.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you just state your first and last
sorry.
name, sir?
My name is Della Lytle. I live at 546 Dovercourt Road.
Yeah, thank you.
And let's stay a moment, see whether they have questions for you.
Thank you.
Just through you, Madam Chair, just a comment. I was looking at the file and I didn't see any letter or concern from Urban Forestry. Look, I'm not sure if they want to remove or demolish, or they probably, we got a letter. And this property, am I correct? We don't have any.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't see a letter from Urban Forestry on this item.
So then just because you had a concern about trees, so apparently the applicant do not intend to remove or anything, that's why we don't get a letter.
Okay.
Just a note on that.
But the property is actually going to be built where the tree lives.
Oh.
And I put that in the picture.
Okay.
Because the tree extends below where the trampoline is, and so does the house that's going to go up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any more questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll now unmute John Vega at 550 Dovercourt Road.
Okay, my name is John Vega. I'm the owner of 550 Dovercourt Road, and I'm opposed to this. I believe this application is being submitted in bad faith. I hope to make it obvious to the committee after review of the submitted plans that the length and width variances requested will be used to convert this auxiliary building into 3 illegal suites, just as my neighbor Della mentioned. I believe these 3 one-bedroom suites will be separated immediately after the final inspection of the build is completed. And to quantify that, I'll show you that the existing house has 5 existing suites, none of which were permitted. So currently the main building at 548 Dovercourt Road houses 5 non-permitted apartment units with 5 sets of tenants. This includes 2 basement apartments and 3 additional apartments, 1 on each story of the building, meaning overall that this lot would have a total of 8 one-bedroom apartment units, which is clearly not a minor variance. The overall scale of this building is approximately 30% larger than allowed as of right, which is also not a minor variance as a secondary suite. In fact, the proposed auxiliary building is about as large as several neighboring main homes, including 552 Dovercourt, 553 Dovercourt, and 555 Dovercourt. So as a precedent, I'd just like, if I could get my first slide up there, and you can see that there are, in fact, 5 meters to the main home. This is a photo of the main home, and you can see that the basement is fed with 2 separate meters. So these are completely illegal suites. And in fact, there's no egress at all for any of these suites. There are no fire escapes for any of these suites. There's no, and no basement egress either. And if you can go to photo 2, you'll see that there are 5 mailboxes, first, second, third floor, and 2 basement mailboxes. If you go to image 3, you'll see that that's a single entrance that services the front basement apartment, the second floor apartment, and the third floor apartment, all through that one entrance. And if you go to slide 4, you'll see that there are 2 non-permitted illegal decks on the existing building. And let me clarify, I'm just showing the existing building because the auxiliary building built is really, I think the intent is to mirror these sorts of apartments. So if you go to slide 5, please. So I've drawn over the permit, and if you take a good look, in order to make 2 units from that one unit, all you have to do is install a single door. If you look under the bathroom, I've drawn in red a single door. So if you install a single door, that creates 2 units there. If you replace the existing full door height window that they've got to the exterior, this is the second floor. Notice that the kitchen has a space between a walking space right up to that fixed window. I believe they're going to remove that window right away and install a doorway as access to the patio there. Could I have my next slide, please? This is the first floor. The owners are trying to convince the committee that they're going to use a bathroom for when they come and park their cars. And of course, this seems ridiculous to me. Please notice there are 3 entrances to that floor. And also please notice that in order to use this bathroom, the existing second floor tenants would have to exit the building and come around. So I think it's quite clear. You can see that this unit would also be quite quickly converted. It has its own separate entrance. As drawn, the garage is already framed and can be insulated. So even though I've drawn it as a small unit, I'm sure that they're actually not going to have any parking there. They're going to eliminate the bicycle parking. And if you see that red dot right where I've drawn the kitchen, that's a direct drop from the upper floor bathrooms. I'm going to run out of time here. So I want to talk about the excavation. Can we go a little bit further to...
You have 27 seconds.
If you look at number 7, the footing is actually going to extend onto my lot. So they have not drawn the footing of the building. The wall is drawn right on the property line. The footing will extend into my lot, and I won't be able to build a full height laneway suite on my own, a full basement laneway suite on my own side. So in closing, I'd just like to say that if you really look at the plans, you can see how easily it would be altered in order to create 3 suites instead of the 1.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Yeah, we have some questions here.
Just through you, Madam Chair, the neighbors mentioned that they designed in a way that they extended to the property line as the drawings show, but we didn't have any variance regarding that.
Zero setback, you mean? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So because the drawing that is shown on the board, it shows that as per the neighbors mentioned that this laneway housing was actually have a 0 setback from their lot. But
we have to go with the zoning notice. They gone through zoning review.
So, and then they didn't
I believe we have to take it, take what they give us is accurate, because that's all we have.
Okay.
Yeah. I had the same concern too, honestly.
Do you think we should ask Madam Secretary Treasurer about any advice on that?
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's like you stated, there's a zoning review, we have to take it at face value. If there's issues, then...
Yeah, they have to come back.
They either come back to committee.
Yeah.
Or comply.
Oh, yeah, because sometimes if they really is a big miss, they still will have to fix that. Yeah. Okay, any question to this speaker? No. That's all the speakers?
Yes, we can go back to the agent.
Yes.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'll try to address each of those as efficiently as possible, kind of in reverse order. So, whenever we do either principal residences or laneway or garden suites, when we have a 0 meter setback, the engineer is obligated to design what's called an eccentric footing. So typically a footing spans, at the center line of the foundation wall. In these cases, obviously we can't excavate or build structures that aren't on our client's property. So it would be an eccentric footing where we would have to stay in our property boundary. So it's a good question. And then I guess kind of skipping to the trees. So if you refer to the survey, the topographic survey that was commissioned by the client, there was 2 trees that the surveyor had noted, and that smaller tree to the left or to the west, that was specifically the tree that we provide tree protection for. It might have been that the photographs in the perspective were misleading to the neighbor, but it's our intention not to injure or remove any trees. And as far as I know, the extent of our proposal doesn't impact any of the trees as per the site plan. Like I said, I can't speak to the technical. I mean, there appears to be 5 meters, but I believe that the owner is going to have to sign some form of an affidavit with the city when they apply. This intention was to be a single family living on the 2nd floor. I mean, while very creative in breaking apart the floor plate, if the future would allow increased density on any of the properties, like the 6-story 20-unit right away, maybe the entire structure of the principal residence would change. But our intention was to follow kind of the marching orders that we were given with regards to the bicycle shower and the larger 2nd floor unit with ensuite. So, I mean, I don't really have too much to say about that other than I'm pretty confident, like most projects, the client will have to sign whatever the intention of use with the building department. So if they have intentions of increased units after the fact, then they will have to comply, but that wasn't our architectural intention. I believe that was the main things. Pro laneway, preservation of trees, multi-units, and eccentric footing. So was there any other questions, committee or Madam Chair?
Okay, any questions to this applicant? I do have a couple of questions. I don't want to just mention that it's multi-unit, not it's applied to the property. I don't think that the bylaw intended to have multi-units in the laneway suite. The major question for me is that you have a long lot and you are asking for length increase by 4.23 meter. And I was just thinking you have this property that easily can build a laneway house in terms of its length and its height can comply. Why don't you do that? Why do you choose to go beyond what the bylaw allows?
No, it's a great question. I'm just going to bring open my floor plans here to kind of address that. So based on the anticipated vehicular parking with the bicycle as well as the mechanical, that's what was kind of driving the ground floor. And we had kind of appreciated and relayed that to the client that it was a bit of a, I guess the word we used was a luxurious length. But then once we started massing out the 2-bedroom units on the upper floor and trying to create an interesting overall kind of massing of the building, I mean, I guess another comment that came up was the second floor, terrace. The overhang on the east side is actually only about 3 feet wider, maybe not even 3 feet once you subtract the parapet. So it's not really a usable balcony per se. It was more of an aesthetic decision and trying to kind of create a bit of an interesting architecture in the laneway. So between the 2-bedroom unit size that was requested and as well as the amenities for the garage, that's kind of where we had shrunken the building to. The original proposal was actually a little bit longer, and we felt that was just not appropriate. So this was a little bit of an arm wrestle with the client, to be honest with you.
Okay, I don't know whether I got my answer, but it just really confused me even more. What I'm saying is that we have seen a lot of applications on laneway house, and the intent of the bylaw is to to increase housing opportunity, but also usually with the very restricted area. And the struggle, the intention with the distance from the house or the length of house is for that purpose. And I think that you have a luxury of a very long lot and quite wide that you can actually comply with at least 2 of the 3 bylaws. I just a little bit troubling. You do not give me a straightforward answer. And also the thing is, if it's all this architectural feature and all, but then why on the ground floor you have an extra bathroom?
Yeah, no, fair enough. Maybe I'll try to speak more simply. The aside from the architectural massing, we had shrunken the proposal from the initial of what the owner had requested. The size of the second floor apartment was to make it accommodating for renting to a family. So that was the intention, because similar to what the neighbor said, there's an existing family in the principal house, and it's nice to accommodate more than these small studio apartments in laneway homes. So that was driving the upper floor. And to be clear, the intention of the washroom on the ground floor was so that the client does own a restaurant just down the street on College, and the aspirations were to provide a 3-piece washroom so that you could shower if you were going for a cycle that there's a washroom and shower facility for them to use on a regular. But I'm not sure if that answers your question more clearly.
Yeah, partially, I guess. I'm satisfied with your answer. Thank you very much. Any questions? Any more questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions now. We are in committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start off, Chair, thank you. On the surface, it seems fairly straightforward that that's a laneway suite, and they've only got three variances. However, I'm not convinced by the responses you received just a moment ago with regard to the length of the suite and also the width, but particularly the length. If this is supposed to be a one laneway suite, somehow the size is excessive. So I'm not convinced that by the request for a variance number 1 and variance number 2, I think they could well work within what is required by the bylaws rather than asking for additional width and additional length. So So I'm not very convinced by this one.
Yeah, I have a little bit trouble of the variance 3 too, because the bylaws actually, the height is only to the building roof. And you still allow a foot or something like that extending beyond the height for skylight and rooftop units. So if we approve 7.5 meter, it means that it's only for the building, and then they can still exceed that with other sky. So I am a little bit troubled with that, and then I don't have any memory, maybe other panels that have done that, is to approve a laneway house that height and that height. I think 6.3 with the building height plus a foot for other things is adequate. So I always think that it's a perfect site for laneway street to comply, and I'm not so satisfied with the reason why they cannot. That's my take. I leave it at that. Yeah. Yes, Ms. West.
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. I just want to comment that I know neighbors have been shown some photos that this building, the detached building is already rent to 5 units, and they show the mailbox. But as far as I know, based on the policy drives from Bill 23 Planning Act amended for more house built faster in November 2022, the residential unit can only have 3 residential units in one detached house. And for the auxiliary building, they can only accommodate 1 additional unit. So it means if they, now they don't have the auxiliary building, laneway house, they only need, based on the bylaw, maximum 3, which we're not dealing with that case. Probably they should go to multi-tenant housing for permission or other things, or maybe other panels. But regarding the application, the 3 variants, my main concern is the first variance, that the length is a little bit more than what, like not a little bit, like 4.23 meter more than requirement for height, and the other one I can still understand, but for me the length is a little bit more than required. And I understand that the applicant trying to say that we have fairly large deep lot, but based on the variance that is in front of us, I think that numbers, to my view, is a little bit more than what it should be.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Wilkins.
I would just say, when we've looked at these, we're trying to expand laneway suites bigger than they are. Usually not only is the lot long, but the lot is very wide, so it minimizes the impact on the side neighbors as well.
Yeah.
And in this case, where you have it going all the way 4 meters longer, but also taller, and it's right up at the property lines, I think it's too much. I don't think it's minor, and I don't think it respects the intention of the bylaw dealing with the laneway homes.
Yes, that's my whole problem. It's not that it's a huge structure. It's not that the site seems to be able to accommodate that. But you can flip it the other way, because the site is such an opportunity for them to build a laneway house that totally comply with the bylaws. They have to give us the good reasons why it has to be 7.3 meter tall. They have to give us the reason why it has to be a 14.23. And then we've actually 2.5 bathrooms in that building. Yeah. So, okay. Do we have a motion, please? Yeah.
Sure, Chair. I'll put forward a motion to refuse this application.
Anyone second? Mr. Wilkins, second. Are all in favor of the motion? Refuse unanimously. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can deal with items number 17 and 18
Together, right?
together. We do have the agent here in person, so I'll ask him to approach the stand. For those that are here for applications in the afternoon that were supposed to start at 2 o'clock, we won't be started until after 3, so you can leave and come back for 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, we are hearing item 17 and 18 together because they are semi-detached. The proposal seem to be almost identical mirror, right? So I'm going to just read one of them. It's to alter existing 3-story mixed-use building by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a rear exit and landing. Also construct a rear fire escape stairs in the west side of the new addition, and the existing dental office use will occupy the entire ground floor of this building, and as well the adjacent building to the east, which is 643 Danforth. The 2 existing residential units on the 2nd and 3rd story will be maintained. They are asking for 4 variances each property. And on this, we also received site plan, survey site plan, floor plan elevations, revised site plan, and also 3 photographs of the property, an email from Heritage Planning, and also planning rationale from the agent, and presentation material from the agent. And we've received comment from community planning and also Metrolinks. We have support from 2 addresses on Danforth and 1 address, all 3 of them are from Danforth.
Through you, Madam Chair, no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, since there no one seemed to oppose, so just let me check whether we need a presentation from you, okay? Yeah. No, so please state your name and your address, and we do not have any need for the presentation, but we might have questions.
Certainly, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Andrew Franchik. I'm principal of W&D Associates. We're a planning firm in the City of Toronto. We're located at 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970.
Yeah.
I'll just say a couple of words about
Yes,
what
please,
the purpose of the application is.
Yeah, please address the panel.
My client has run and is running a long-standing dental office that's been located at the site for about 30 years, and they have 2 daughters who are actually just about to join the practice. And so the intent of these 2 1-story additions to the back of their dental practice is to accommodate additional operatory space. It's a very busy dental practice, and it's in a growing area of the city, as you saw from our presentation materials. It's located at Pape and Danforth, which is soon going to have another subway line added to it with the Ontario line. So very much a growing area that could certainly use more dental services in the future. And with that, the variances are quite technical, and the rear yard variance you'll see has quite a bit of precedence in the area. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have about the variances, understanding that you don't want a full presentation.
Because we have gone through all the materials, so we have studied your presentation. Yeah, we have questions.
Just a quick question. Does the applicant agree with the proposal by planning staff to tie it to the plans?
Yes, yes. There's full agreement. In fact, we had a good working relationship with planning to resolve that issue of adding the landscaping planter to increase the permeable nature of the site at the rear.
We also will include the Metrolink comments. So, any more questions?
For you, Madam Chair, I would like to know this Metrolink's advisory report. There is no others. I mean, are we subjected to this report, or is just for?
Through you, Madam Chair, these are advisory comments, and typically we don't impose advisory conditions or comments.
No, we don't even need to reference to it, right?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the correction. All right. So I think that we are in committee now.
Happy to make a motion to
Yes.
approve, subject to the planning staff recommendation to tie the proposal The proposal should be constructed substantially in accordance with the site plan dated May 28, 2024. I think the variants requested are minor. They don't have any impact on the people behind. As the applicant's agent said, it's a growing neighborhood, makes sense.
And it applied to also item 18, the next door Sammy.
18 and 19,
yeah.
or 17 and 18.
Yeah, well, and I think that is a good idea to do it together. Whether the same owner or different owner, they should always do it together when they have a Sammy. I say, okay, anyone want to second that? Mr. Bayer second, and all in favor? All unanimously approved with the planning condition. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
we will break now.
Okay, what time?
And then we'll be back for 3:15.
3:15. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, turn on. Thank you for coming.
Please make sure your microphone is turned off.